A very good morning and welcome to the ninth installation of the Vice Chancellor of Nairobi here at the famous Taifa Hall. It is a highly significant and symbolic rite of passage that represents succession, transition, and the handover of power. And during every installation, the incoming Vice Chancellor is formally entrusted with specific instruments as well as symbols of power that protect legal and academic mandate here of the University of Nairobi. Some of these symbols is the university mace, the university seal and logo, legal documents, academic records, and the fountain of knowledge. And all of these symbols represent have a powerful representation. The University of Nairobi Mace represents the ultimate symbol of the university's legal authority. The university seal and logo is used to authenticate official degrees and documents. The Constitution of Kenya, the Universities Act, and the University Charter are some of the documents that today Professor Ayub Engineer Gitau will be handed over, as well as the academic records that symbolize the transfer of the custody of student institutional records, and the fountain of knowledge, which is a recognition of the university status as a premier resource of learning. And as an award-winning engineer and educator with over 30 years of academic excellence, he will be installed today as the university's ninth vice chancellor. And with a recording award among many, one that is closer to home is where he won third best lecturer here at the University of Nairobi in the year 2021-2022. And this brings over 3 decades of impactful engineering instructions to top Kenya's institution. He's registered with the Engineers Board of Kenya, EBK, as a consulting engineer that brings both academic and practical experience in agricultural mechanization, power and machinery engineering and infrastructure, water, irrigation and inbuilt environment developments, water harvesting technologies, environment, renewable energies, and conservation agricultural technologies. In a nutshell, the key highlight is that he has decades of influence, which is speaking of 30 years of shaping the next generation of engineers of the University of Nairobi, Kenyatta University, JKUAT, KEMU, among others. And in his critical expertise, which specializes in various fields, but the vital regional development, including agricultural, biosystems, engineering, mechanization, energy, and food engineering. And with his proven 15 years track record of top tier university. This has had him in top performance ratings. And at this juncture, I will transition to Whitney Lubidu, who will lead panel of discussion with Professor Bongo from the Department of History.
Thank you so much, Kiragu, and welcome, my dear viewers. A very good morning to all of you, and a very good morning to the University of Nairobi community. And today marks a very big milestone in the history of the University of Nairobi. And as you've heard for a reporter on field, that is Anastasia Kiragu, the installation of a vice chancellor is far much more than a ceremonial event. It is a very symbolic event. It is the formal beginning of a new chapter in the university's leadership, as it is the continued pursuit of excellence in teaching, research, innovation, and of course, the continuity of culture in our very own institution. And today I bring you a guest very well known to you, the University of Nairobi community. Most of you know him as in the IAC, former IAC fire powerhouse, and I will give him a chance to introduce himself.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here this early morning. My name is Kenneth Umbongi. Kenneth Umbongi, I read, teach, and write history at the Department of History and Archaeology here at the University of Nairobi.
Karibu sana, Prof.
But currently, I'm also the Associate Dean
Uh-huh.
of the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences in charge of research and postgraduate studies.
Wow. So, Professor, it is a wonderful morning to have you here on UNCTV. Remember to share your comments, your views, your insights on our social media handles. That is at UNCTVKE. So, Prof, how has the morning start been for you? Like when you woke up, how are you feeling about this day?
It's well, of course, I woke up quite early, and today was not an exception. But one thing that stood out is the optimism, the hope, and the feeling of happiness
Mhm.
that today presents to us as the University of Nairobi community.
Mhm.
We have had a period of uncertainty in the university for the last 2-3 years because of transition issues. To sit here to think of the fact that that has ended, and we have a new leader of the University of Nairobi who is gonna to be installed today, actually brings joy and gladness, I think, to many of us within the University of Nairobi community.
Yeah. I know you're a professor and you like going straight into business, but before we get into our discussion for today, what struck you the most when you walked into the University of Nairobi main campus venue for the installation today?
I think what struck me as I drove in and walked into this hall is really the beauty and the flamboyant look
Yeah.
of the university, promising that today is not your ordinary day in the University of Nairobi. That is in tandem with the optimism that I woke up with. And I walk into the university, I see the colors of our national flag, I see the red carpet, I see smartly dressed students, majority of you from our School of Journalism. I say, well,
Yeah.
we are up to it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the tradition of installing a university leader dates back to the medieval stages, that is it between the 12th and the 13th century, around there. Particularly, it was done in institutions like the University of Paris, University of Oxford, and then universities took up the role. And basically, it's not just a simple appointment, it's an installation of a public academic ceremony. So, Prof, what is this? As a historian, you're a professor of history, also an associate dean. What is the whole significance or the purpose of having an installation ceremony?
Probably to give us a premise to begin from is to go back to what you've just mentioned, that installation of vice chancellors actually traces its origin to European medieval universities. Particularly the oldest of them, you have University of Bologna in Italy, which is actually the only known oldest university in the world that is existing up to today.
Because I saw it started at
1088.
yeah.
The University of Bologna is the oldest living university. Others started and died, but it's the oldest. And then, of course, followed by others, University of Paris, 1115. Oxford University in the UK, 1059. Cambridge University, also in the UK, 1209. This is where these ceremonies started, and I have the privilege of being actually the alumni of the University of Cambridge.
Oh,
That's
wow.
my PhD from. So,
Mhm.
these ceremonies, particularly in these medieval universities, basically started as a way of picking one of their own professors who was their head ceremonially at first. They didn't have executive powers because university professors believed one of them was one among the equals. There was none above them. So what they could do, and this was mainly done in Bologna, is just to pick one among them to be ceremonially the head of the institution. Otherwise, power in those medieval universities was fairly devolved.
Yeah.
And believe you me, for example, in the University of Bologna, the university was mainly led by students.
Oh, wow.
In those initial years. But things began to change, especially when the University of Paris came up and members of faculty started to take charge of the programs of the university. All this was refined with the emergence of Oxford in 1059, and of course Cambridge in 1209. And what we have today as a university within what we call the Commonwealth, the former British colonies, is actually modeled against what happens in Cambridge and Oxford. The two of them are called Oxbridge. So the model we have today of installing the vice chancellor, with the mass and the rest of the instruments of power, the gowns and all that, is actually modeled on Oxford and Cambridge, British medieval universities that nurtured a very strong collegial structure where a university is made up of several colleges with a central administration, which is called the university. And I understand this very well because I'm a graduate of the Cambridge University. Yeah. The whole symbolism of installing the vice chancellor is basically to say that you have the powers to be the chief executive of the university. Wow. As I said earlier, this started as a ceremonial position, but later on it evolved into a strategic leadership position, particularly in Cambridge and Oxford, where the structure was made up of a ceremonial chancellor and an executive vice chancellor who ran the day-to-day operations of the university. So installation is a public show, a symbol that you now have the powers to do all that appertains to the office of the vice chancellor, who is the chief executive of an institution.
Yeah. So now allow me to bring you closer home to now the University of Nairobi. So the University of Nairobi became Kenya's first independent university. That is on the 1st of July, 1970. And since then, every substantive vice chancellor has been formally installed as part of the long-standing university leadership. So now, the University of Nairobi, as I said, is very rich in history, spanning for more than 5 decades. Where does today's installation fit in within the broader historical journey of the University of Nairobi?
Maybe before I answer your question much more directly, the University of Nairobi, I need to mention that the University of Nairobi is not probably, but older than 1970.
Yeah.
It traces its roots to Kenya's colonial era. The University of Nairobi, the idea of setting up the University of Nairobi was mooted way back in the early 1940s. At this point in time, the British realized that their time in Kenya, pretty much as it could have been in the rest of Africa, was actually numbered. They were just going to leave. And the idea was we want to leave Kenya, but leave it in the hands of people who we will trust to take the leadership of this colony literally on our behalf to protect our interests. And they set up a committee headed by a gentleman called C.P. Wilby. Actually, it's very interesting that we are seated in the hall that was named after the chair of this committee that proposed the setting up of the initial institution that could become the University of Nairobi. It was later on, of course, after independence, changed to Taifa Hall as we know it today. But initially, this hall was called the Wilby Hall, named after the man who chaired the committee that mooted the building and the construction of what could become the Royal Technical College, Nairobi. Now, the Royal Technical College, Nairobi, basically started in 1953 and opened its doors to its first students in 1956. And as I said, it was not meant to be a university the way we know it today. It was meant to produce technicians who could help the British to wind up their empire in Kenya and take up leadership in ways that were in tandem to the British interests. That is why Actually, the first principal of the Royal Technical College was a military man.
Oh.
Yeah, Major General Collins Bullard
Mm-hmm.
was the first principal. And that tells you the intentions of setting up the University of Nairobi. A military man of all the people. And it had four principals from Bullard to Porter, who was the last principal who left in 1970 and created space for the first vice chancellor of the University of Nairobi, who was Dr. Josephat Njuguna Karanja.
Yeah.
Who was actually was installed in 1971.
Yeah.
The university becomes the university in 1st July 1970, and he was installed in 1971 as the first vice chancellor of the University of Nairobi. And significantly for me, he was a historian. Dr. Joseph Njuguna Karanja was from the Department of History and Archaeology, and he was a Stanford trained historian. By the time he became the VC, he had actually been Kenya's first independent ambassador to the United Kingdom.
Prof,
And now to answer your question more directly, given that historical background, the first vice chancellor, Professor Karanja, was actually installed in the background of creating the first national university in Kenya. Before that, the Royal Technical College was part of what was called the University of East Africa, that had three campuses, one in Makerere in Uganda, and another one in Tanzania, and of course, the Royal Technical College in Nairobi. That university died in 1970 when the University of Nairobi became an independent national university in Kenya. So, with that, the installation was one, of course, to lay the foundation of what could become installation ceremonies in subsequent years. And it was the beginning, or marked the beginning, of institutional building that will produce what we today call the University of Nairobi. And I'm not surprised that this duty was given to a historian.
would you want to become a vice chancellor like Professor Josephat, considering more or less in the same line?
Who cannot feel that one day, if it comes, let it be. I've done my bit. I've prepared myself. I've had, I think, one of the most decent education and training, having been trained in 3 different continents. Africa, I did my B and MA here. I did my MPhil in Jawaharlal University in New Delhi in Asia, and I did my PhD in the University of Cambridge in the UK. Wow. Son of a triple heritage. So I have prepared myself, and I leave the rest to God.
Yes, we live up to the dream. I know you will at some point. So, the installation, the vice chancellor installation ceremony, as much as people think it's just handing over of power or like transfer of authority to the vice chancellor, to me, or like to many, this event is actually quite symbolic. And we often see academic gowns, hoods, we see the mace, and a lot of symbolism that happens or processes handing over. Prof, as a historian, what is the symbol, what is the representation behind all the symbolism or processes that happen today during the installation of the vice chancellor?
Yeah, as I alluded to earlier, the core of the ceremony, the way we know it today, is actually a Western-oriented kind of ceremony, particularly the British ceremonial transfer of power. Mooted and perfected, as I said earlier, in British medieval universities, Cambridge and Oxford. Let's begin, for example, with the gown. The gown, history has it, that was first used in Oxford. And the gown was a symbol of, the academy. It was used for ceremonies, but also it was used in those medieval times when being in the academy was both voluntary and it did not attract any remuneration that we do today. Professors, just like priests, they were not paid a salary.
Oh, it was voluntary.
It was voluntary at the time. And in Oxford, you have to have something to live on. So professors will wear their gowns and their hoods, the hood that we wear nowadays, and they walk around the streets of Oxford. For anybody who is touched by the woodwork that they do, to give them something for them to live on. So they will drop some little coins into the hood. That is why it has a hole.
Oh, wow.
Yes. So the gown is actually a symbol of the academic community. It denotes that this is a group of men and women who have been set us apart to generate ideas that will inform the way we do things. In those days, professors were very much removed from society. The collegial structure of Cambridge and Oxford is professors and their students lived in colleges. I was a student in Fitzwilliam College in Cambridge. And the college is not in, this university is not in the sense in which we use the word college here. The college is actually a house where you live, where you eat, and where your social welfare are taken care of. And then you belong to a department in the university or a faculty. For example, I was a student in Fitzwilliam College in Cambridge, but I was a student in the Faculty of History. You see, so it's not the sense that the college gives you that togetherness, that sense of oneness, and then you come together and discuss ideas that change the world. That's why I'm never surprised that some of the men who produce ideas that change the world, like Isaac Newton, Charles Darwin, William Wilberforce, and many others, are actually graduates of the Cambridge University of the UK. That is the gown. A symbol of the academy. Every time you see a gown and you see the kofia that we wear, you always associate it with education and the academy. The maize is the symbol of the power of the office of the Vice Chancellor. I said earlier that in the medieval period, the office started as ceremonial. The professors, since they were equal among themselves, they could pick one of them who could become their ceremonial head. This office evolved from that ceremonial status into a strategic leader of a group of scholars. Strategic in the sense that you look for resources to do research, to lead in the leadership vision of the institution, and all that. So the mess, that stick-like thing. I hope ours is made up of gold like the other universities. It's actually pure gold. It is an embodiment of the power of the office of the Vice Chancellor. Now, you realize that in a number of Commonwealth universities in both Asia and Africa, we have not just borrowed blindly from everything from the West. There are certain symbolisms that bespeak of our culture, bespeak of our history. For example, in our case here, you talked about our VC is going to be given a copy of our constitution, is going to be passed around the fountain of knowledge. It's going to be given a copy of the US Act. And also when you go out there, you look at the symbols that come with the colors of our national flag. So there are certain indigenous symbols that come with us. Let's begin, of course, with the fountain of knowledge. Unknown to many members of the university community, that structure that is outside the main campus of the University of Nairobi, called the Fountain of Knowledge, evolved as a memorial monument that was constructed to honor one of the guys who raised the highest amount of money to build the Royal Technical College. It's called Professor Yachnik. Actually, this was an Indian professor who was the chair of the Gandhi Simarak Society, the Gandhi Memorial Society, which joined forces with the colonial government and contribute resources that build the Royal Technical College. That is why the building we are sitting in is actually named after Gandhi.
Yeah.
Because in the 1940s, when the British government in Kenya thought of building a technical college, the first multiracial technical college in Nairobi, they didn't have enough resources. And they realized that the Indian community here in the diaspora were also raising money to build a college in honor of Gandhi, who had just been assassinated in 1948, January 30th. So they joined the forces. Professor Yachinek raised the highest amount of money then, 60,000 pounds. Wow. That was a lot of money.
A lot.
And in honor of him, they built that fountain. That's why initially it was called Professor Yachinek Fountain of Knowledge. It is symbolism is that this is a place where the young and the old drink from the fountain of knowledge in ways that opens up their minds to new ideas and discovery that will enable the nation of Kenya to run, to develop, and to improve and to transform. That is basically, if you go there, it was modeled on initially before we evolved into under our undergraduate spending 4 years in university, we used to do 3 years. So you see three animals, one that is closer to the water, the other one that is slightly far, and the other one, so denoting those 3 years of the life of a student in the University of Nairobi. We have moved on, but the symbolism still remains that if you have to be a meaningful citizen of this world, you have to start by drinking from the fountain of knowledge. That is a symbolism. Of course, the Constitution of Kenya is a way of taking a vow that in whatever the executive office of the vice chancellor of this university does, will be within the purview of the provisions of the Constitution of Kenya and the University Act that sets up or provides a legal base and foundation for this great institution.
So universities are known for preserving tradition, and now we're living in times or in an era where technology is coming in. There's AI. A lot of shifts are happening in our spaces. Why is it important for institutions to maintain these ceremonies as even as we climb across the ladder of higher education and maneuvering across these transitions?
You see, everywhere in the world, and cannot claim to have to have traveled to all places in the world, but I've been around for a while and traveled to a number of countries, both in Asia, Africa, and and Europe and the Americas. You see, our traditions, our heritage, is what gives us our identity as to who we are. And once we have that identity, is what gives us the confidence to deal with the challenges of today. And as we deal with the challenges of today, we are definitely preparing for tomorrow. So this ceremony is still, rooted in our traditions and cultures at the University of Nairobi, is reminding us that lest we forget, this is who we are. And we are ready, set to take up the challenges of, for example, if we are talking about the new challenges that we face as a university today, and how I see the need for a visionary leader to lead us into restoring our financial sustainability as a university. Embrace technology in ways that are going to make us good scholars, good researchers, good innovators, and also embrace globalization in ways that do not just remove us from Kenyans that we are and a Kenyan institution that we are, but complements that identity of Kenyanness and puts that within the context of both global Africa and the world in which we live.
So, as we have been discussing, excitement continues to build here at the University of Nairobi main campus, Taifa Hall, as we await the installation of the ninth Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, that is Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau. So, now allow me to cross you over to our reporter on field, that is Anastasia Kiragu, who is on ground on venue. Good morning, Anastasia.
Also work with him. Players, he done so well, a very focused leader, one who is able to make a decision and enable things smoothly.
Okay. Hi, Professor Naching. How are you?
I'm fine. Okay, just a minute, just a minute. Please cancel. Please, I'm gonna say that's how it.
Hello. How are you?
Okay, just a minute. Okay, cancel. Let's start.
How are you? How are you doing? Today, what are you expecting? What are your expectations from the event that hasn't yet started and even through to the end? What are you feeling and what are you looking forward to see?
Okay, as the Vice Chair of the Alumni Association, I'm expecting a wonderful day, the inauguration of our ninth Vice Chancellor, Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau. It will be a great day for us to have a ninth Vice Chancellor and being the oldest university in Kenya. We are so proud. We expect a vibrant day with much celebration, good speeches, and all that relate to the young and they can borrow from. Thank you.
And how long have you known Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau? And how's your experience when it comes to his leadership? Is it something that is what can be taken out when it comes to having a direct transition and is this new regime that he will be leading? So how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I've known Professor Ayub Gitau, being the vice chair of the Alumni Association. Professor Ayub Gitau is very focused. As the dean engineering, he did his very best to ensure that the faculty is well maintained and well structured. Moving on to the DVC academic, he has worked well for the university with no major hitches. I think his trajectory path in leadership is quite good, quite focused. He enables everybody to excel in one way or the other. And we hope that as he moves to the VC of the University of Nairobi, it's a big task for him and he needs to look at the whole university and carry everybody on board, which he's able to do. And we hope that all will be well for him.
And when it comes to collaborations, which collaborations do you feel like the University of Nairobi needs and Professor Gita should look forward to bring industry and also academia?
Yeah, I think there is need for the industry and a need for the academia and other institutions to come together to the University of Nairobi. Ayub Gitau is coming in when the university is facing financial challenges here, and he needs to focus that where do we get the finances? And he has opportunities. He's a man who likes partnership and collaboration. He needs to look at the real partners who can bring life to the university and especially bring money to the university. And where do you get them? So he needs to focus locally, internationally, and globally so that the university can move and open up for others also to come in and support in one way or the other. And in their various specialties, especially we need experienced people to come to the university and help us. But finance and resources is quite a good challenge for him. He's coming in when the students' hostels are not in good shape, everything is not in good shape. So he needs to focus. Who are the partners he's going to work with? Are they here with us? And who are the ones who can bring finances, who can help the students? The mental health of the students is not so good. So he needs to look at things across board. Thank you.
And maybe lastly, even as you prepare to join the rest, when it comes to leadership, as you've said that he's a person that fosters collaboration, looks forward to having even industry being incorporated within the institution. And by the end of his tenure, what do you want to say, Professor Ayub Gitau? Maybe was your view and he has delivered.
Okay. For now, we still may not judge Ayub Gitau for much. He's just taking up the office. But we hope that At the end of it, we expect Ayub Gitau to stabilize the university, especially in terms of finances, in terms of student support services, and another critical group in the university are the lecturers, the academic staff. How is Ayub Gitau planning to ensure that these people are well integrated, they well understand their role, and they are motivated and they understand their role at the university? So the various roles, the administrators, the students, and the academic staff is a big task for Ayub Gitau to look at, and also to work with partners to ensure that this one he achieved. We expect that the 5 years of Ayub Gitau will be memorable, and the University of Nairobi will move from where it is to a higher level. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Asante sana. And that is Professor Ann, who is the chair of the Alumnus Association here at the University of Nairobi. Whitney Lubidu had a conversation earlier, and a vice chair, just to reckon what Whitney and the conversation that she had earlier was the installation of the vice chancellor, which is a formal century-old academic celebration that celebrates official transition of leadership. And here we're talking about Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau here at the University of Nairobi, deeply rooted in the tradition of European universities, which later African universities came on and adopted, which is the event that usually acts as a symbolic public coronation, where the new leader accepts the core symbols of office to guide the institution. And just like a small the evolution of the tradition, the title Vice Chancellor originated in Europe. Historically, the Chancellor was the highest of the university, often a prominent religious figure or a royal who could not be present on campus full time. Therefore, they appointed a Vice Chancellor who therefore could act as a primary academic and an administrative head on a day-to-day basis. And as universities expanded into modern autonomous institutions, the Vice Chancellor became the permanent Chief Executive Officer. And now, while modern Vice Chancellors function like corporate presidents, with their formal installation remaining deeply rooted in the academic heritage, this ensures that the community recognizes the authority and expects the institution continuity. And going back to Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau, he's an academic giant who has various profession. And just to date back to his journey, he was a lecturer head at the Department of Science and Technology at the Kenya Industrial Institute, which is KITI. He has also been in the Ministry of Trade and Industrial 1997 to 2001, a lecturer and head of Department of Agricultural and Natural Resources at the Kenya Methodist from 2001 to 2002. And this is just a brief preview of what Professor Ayub Gitau has been and through his journey. But now I want to take you back to Whitney Lubidu, who will continue with the panel discussion and go on from there.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. My name is Whitney Lubidu. So now we'll be checking in with you throughout the morning as more guests arrive and as everything happens on ground. And now just to go through or just to recap through Professor Ayub Gitau's career timeline and his devotion of service in the University of Nairobi. So he has devoted more than 2 decades of continuous service to the University of Nairobi, having joined the University of Nairobi in the year 2002, around there, as a lecturer. And across his career timeline, he has worked through the University of Nairobi across different levels as a lecturer in the Department of Environmental and Biosystems Engineering, also as an acting chairman, all the way to a chairman, all the way to the acting dean of the School of Engineering, to an associate professor, to an acting principal for the College of Architecture and Engineering, all the way through to the dean of the faculty of engineering, then as a professor again, and to the acting deputy vice chancellor in charge of academic affairs. And till then, when he was appointed to be the vice chancellor of the University of Nairobi on the 14th of May 2026. And still here in studio, I have Professor Kenneth Ombongi, who we are discussing the history and the whole ideology behind the installation of the vice chancellor in different academic institutions. And now, Prof, how many years have you been have you been a staff in the University of Nairobi?
Very interesting. I've been a member of staff the University of Nairobi now, getting to nearly 20 years now.
Wow.
That's my alarm.
Mm-hmm.
Nearly 20 years now. Actually, to be precise, is 18 years.
Mm-hmm.
And of those 18, of course, I've had breaks because I've had a very interesting career, which is characterized by a triple heritage. I said in education and training, I'm a child of a triple heritage.
Uh-huh.
In my work, also I've been a child of a triple heritage. I've worked in mainstream government. I've worked in non-governmental organization. I worked with the Wellcome Trust. I was a researcher at the Wellcome Trust, the British medical funding agency. And of course, I've worked in the academy. On all those years of my working, 18 of them I've spent them here in the University of Nairobi. First, of course, as I started low down as a tutorial fellow at the Department of History and Archaeology. Then I moved to lecturer, and I'm now a senior lecturer in the department. I've been chair of department in that department. That was my immediate position that I held, and I'm now the associate dean in the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences.
So you've been at the university for quite some time,
Yeah.
and I'd like to say that you've been privileged to witness several installation ceremonies in this university. Prof, if you're to like classify them or like to just highlight through them, how are the several installation, vice chancellor installation ceremonies in the University of Nairobi? How have they been occurring? Is there any difference or distinction away from what is happening today on the 17th of July, 2026?
Mhm. Now, as you correctly say, I've been here for a while. From the time I was a student, I said earlier to you that I came here the first time on the 29th of September, 1988, or at 6 in the morning. I was registering here outside the Great Court. And then our Vice Chancellor then was Professor Philip Muinde Mbithi at the time. Maybe to place your question in context, you know that the University of Nairobi has had 8 vice chancellors. Professor Gitau is going to be the 9th. Now, the very first one who was installed in 1971, became vice chancellor in 1970, but installed in the following year, when the University of Nairobi became actually an independent national university, was Dr. Josephat Njuguna Karanja, a historian like me from the same Department of History and Archaeology. Karanja's installation was actually characterized by a lot of pomp and ceremony. It was the first time Kenya was having a national university placed on the shoulders of a man who had spent part of his life thinking about the past, because that is what historians do. He was placed with the responsibility of institutional building. And you could see it in that kind of installation. There was optimism, there was hope. That we are breaking away from what was called the University of East Africa and becoming the first national university in this country. Professor Karanja served as vice chancellor between 1970 and 1985, when it was taken over by Professor Joseph Maina Mungai, an anatomist, a medic, actually. The first dean of the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Nairobi was the second vice chancellor of the University of Nairobi. Professor Maina Mungai, it's inspiration when you read the history of the university, and our records are there, the periodicals department of the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta Memorial Library. You guys, you can go there and read. Yeah. It was a period of transition. Transition not just from a historian to a medical scholar, yeah, but also transition from institutional building uh, to embracing more of technological advancement in research, in also building technical faculties of the University of Nairobi. That installation had that level of simplism. The hope that characterized the installation of Professor Karanja had actually diminished into a situation where not only students demanding more from the university, and hence the majority of the strike in 85 and uh, and 1985 and 19 I'm forgetting the year when Professor Philip Muinde Mbidi came in 1987. He served up to 1987 because I came to university in 1988 as an undergraduate, and Professor Philip Muinde Mbidi, who was a sociologist from my own faculty of arts and social sciences, was actually the VC of the University of Nairobi. His installation came at the height of the Moi administration. Mhm. And the role of the university was actually changing. Nairobi at the time ceased to be the only university in Kenya because that's the time of Mbithi when a number of other universities emerged. Moi University emerged, Egerton emerged, Kenyatta University became independent of the University of Nairobi. Kenyatta University was a constituent college, yeah, of the University of Nairobi. So it became an independent university at that time. Professor Mbithi's tenure was characterized by that spirit of transformation and the expansion of the University of Nairobi. It was at this time when the various colleges that today constituted the University of Nairobi up to very recently came up. There was a college, the 6 colleges, the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, the College of Architecture and Engineering, where Professor Ayub Gitau came from, the College of Education, and External Studies in Kikuyu, and many others. There were 6 colleges that constituted the University of Nairobi until the changes that were brought during Professor Kiama's administration. Professor Mbithi was succeeded by an engineer. So you note that Professor Ayub Gitau is not the first engineer to be the VC of the University of Nairobi, but the first one was Professor Francis Gishaga. Francis Gishaga, unlike Professor Gitau, was actually a civil engineer. You know, and his was this one I witnessed it. Because at the time I was a master's student here. It was characterized by pomp and color as a city is today. But then it came at a time when the university was facing tremendous challenges with financing. The structural adjustment programs had come in. And you could see the anticipation with which the ceremony took place, that placed on the shoulders of Professor Francis Gishaga was the need to transform the university and to open up the sources of finance and financial stability of the university in the face of the structural adjustment programs that were put in place. Professor Gishaga could be succeeded by Professor Crispus Kiamba, you know, who also became, I witnessed that. Professor Kiamba came at a time the university was equally in transition, but also embracing a lot of globalization. The networks that we have today came in at the time, and the university had to open up into programs that will make it global and international in the right sense of that word. And then, of course, Professor Crispus Kiamba was succeeded by the maverick professor of urology, George Omore Magoa. Very passionate, very strong, and also very self-opinionated, Professor Magoa, as it were. And I witnessed the installation of Professor Magoa too. And then, of course, after Professor Magoa, we had a veterinary medic who took over as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Professor Peter Mbithi. And then, of course, after Mbithi, we had another veterinary medic, Professor Stephen Kiama, who is our immediate former Vice Chancellor, who transformed the university in very fundamental ways. He changed the university from the college systems and created the faculties that we have today, that the university is made up of 10 big faculties, including the faculty from where I come, the largest faculty of the University of Nairobi, the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, with 18,000 students, over 600 members of faculty. Actually, on our own, the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences is kind of a university.
Yeah.
And we are looking forward as a faculty, of course, to support our new Vice Chancellor very strongly and to support his visionary agenda. And of course, after Professor Kiama, we now have another engineer, Professor Ayub Gitau, somebody who has had quite a good career in academia and administration of the university, very well grounded to give the university very visionary leadership. We are looking forward to see how he moves around to transform the university in ways that will enhance its financial stability, and also to embrace technology, which has become the in thing in university education. And more importantly, to position the University of Nairobi as a global leader in research, innovation, and community service.
Yes.
And
I like the fact that you've walked us through the memory lane, right from Professor Josephat Karanja all the way to Professor Stephen Kiama. And yeah, Anastasia, how is it looking like outside there? How are the crowds feeling? How is the atmosphere outside there?
Thank you, Whitney. The atmosphere here is very nice. People have started coming in. But before I give a preview of what is happening here, with me, I have Martin who will introduce himself, tell us what is his relation with when it comes to Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau.
Yeah, I'm Martin Nanja, a doctor. Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau has been my mentor for a long time, since 2005 up to now. He has been my supervisor of my PhD, and he has mentored so many of us, and we are really grateful for his mentorship. And we feel good when we see him rising to this rank. I really appreciate that good job that he has done. Yeah.
And from the year 2005, that is a very long time. How can you describe, or how do you describe Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau now as a mentee who's now more closer to him, rather than other people who will just come here to witness and see what he has in store for the University of Nairobi?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think Prof. Kitao is more of my father. He has been a father in our lives. He has taken us through many things that we have gone through, especially in our academic. He has been mentored us all through all this time, and I really appreciate his work that he has done to me since I started been in this university. He has really progressively changed our lives, and we are really grateful for that. He's a mentor, he's a father, and he has that heart of mentoring so many of us that we have gone through his hands.
Yeah, true. And Professor Ayub Gitau is widely described as a soft-spoken, humble, yet a very strategic leader. How has his advisory come into your life when it comes to this widely known as strategic leader? And is there one advice that he has told you over the years that has taken you with your journey personally? Yeah.
Yeah, there are quite a number of advice that he has given me. One of it that I can remember, he told me I must focus on my goal that I'm working on. And that one has taken me to where I am now. I really appreciate. He has really corrected me. When I go wrong, he calls me and tells me, this one you're doing wrong. Take this direction and you'll make it in your life. I really appreciate that. And I know with this position that he has, the university will go far because of what he is able and capable of doing in this university.
And as a person who has been close to Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau, what is the fun aspect of engineer that people don't know that, you can share with us and get to have a little fun side of Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau?
Yeah, Prof is a very jovial person. When people look at him, they think that he's very strict, but he's very jovial. He's outgoing. When you sit with him, he will give you all his time, and that one is something that most of professors doesn't have. Him, he'll give you his time, and he'll ask you any other question that you have for me. Then you'll give all that you want to talk to him, and he will listen to you and advise you according to what you want. So he's a good guy, and he's a good person, and he's a good professor for this university, especially.
And he has transitioned and he has from the lecturer to dean and now to the vice chancellor. And in his installation today, what does it mean to you?
To me, I've seen a, a daybreak in our lives because engineers who have been for a long time been in that periphery part of it. And I really feel good because it has opened door for other engineers to see that top seat. And I really appreciate that. I know with his leadership, people will like engineers to be on that seat of Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Asante sana kwa wakati wako. And thank you so much. That was one of the mentees of Professor Ayub Gitau. And in his leadership and governance roles, as stated, his roles highlight significant influence in regional and international academic as well as professional policy. Earlier we talked about he has been the IEK Council member from 2019 to 2021, where he served as a governing board of Kenya's primary engineering institution that helped shape the national engineering policies here in Kenya. Um, There's a trustee as a trustee member of Environmental Institute of Kenya from the year 2021 to 2026, where he holds a high-level custodian and governance role with Kenya's professional body for environment managers and experts. With this, you can see that Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau has an array of expertise from different levels. He started here as a lecturer, where he went on to dean, and now today is his installation as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. And with this, I want to take it back to Lisha, who was a family member for Professor Ayub Ayub Gitau, where we'll get to know more of him and more of, Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau growing up and having his childhood.
Much, Anastasia. And now, just a little recap before we went on ground to just discover what is happening on ground. We're just discussing with Prof. The memory line across different vice chancellors of the University of Nairobi. We started off with Professor Josephat Karanja, who served the university for approximately 9 years, to Professor Mbithi, to Professor Francis Gishaga, to Professor Crispus Kiamba, Professor George Magoha, Professor Peter Mbithi, Professor Stephen Kiama, and now the ninth, Professor Engineer Ayub Njoroge Gitau. So, Prof, you have been working for 18 years. You're still a current member of staff. As a staff member, what would you wish the new vice chancellor or the new office of the vice chancellor regime to bring to you as staff, in order to benefiting from this new era?
No, I think there's a lot of optimism in and around the university with the incoming of our current Vice Chancellor, Professor Engineer Gitau. Now, the current working environment of the university is facing a few challenges that probably Prof will need to live to find ways of changing and to live up to the demands that staffs make. Of course, if you ask me directly, the very first one that I would think of is we have a fantastic work environment as a University of Nairobi. But also, we are the oldest university in Kenya. Our facilities are fairly old. They were meant to serve the purpose of just a few of us years back. The best we can do now is to improve and transform them. And that is one of the very first things I would wish our new visionary Vice Chancellor, Professor Gitau, to look at. I'm sure as an engineer, when he looks around part of our infrastructure, he has ideas on how to work, of course, with the government of the day and also the university community to put a new touch into our infrastructure. And by infrastructure, I mean from our offices where we work, our lecture theaters, our student hostels, and many other infrastructural facilities that we have as a university. That, for me, should be ideally the priority of the new Vice Chancellor. The second one will be succession planning. As I said, I've been around long enough to see that because of financial challenges, we have not had a very well structured succession planning at levels of our departments. For example, the university has not recruited for over a decade now. And we don't want to see a situation where some departments are going to close down because of the current crop of lecturers and professors might end up retiring all of them at the same time. So succession planning should be the second priority of our Vice Chancellor. I could do more, but those are the most urgent, if you ask me.
So, if you were to speak directly to students today watching us this morning for this ninth Vice Chancellor installation ceremony, what would you say to them about the whole importance of today's occasion? And also, in a way that this occasion, or like the installation of a new Vice Chancellor, will be of benefit to them?
Yeah. You see, a university is a university simply because of two groups of people. One, and most important, the student community.
Yeah.
Two, of course, the lecturers. The rest we can outsource. What constitutes a university are actually lecturers and students. The rest of the functions we can outsource security, we can outsource human resource. So for the students, this is their function. Because the man who is being installed today as a VC is going to be their leader. Their plight as a student of the University of Nairobi is going to directly depend on the goodwill that comes from the office that Professor Gitau is going to hold. So the point is, this is a student's ceremony, much as it is the ceremony for the academic and administrative staff of the University of Nairobi. So what I will urge our students to do that is to give Professor Gitau the support that he requires to transform this university as at a time when the university needs a very sustainable approach to our revenue rising a very sustained approach to student leadership, a very sustained approach to the plight of students in terms of the curriculum that we teach, in terms of molding them into quote unquote products who are relevant to the industry out there. There are questions now that seem to suggest that the university needs to move to the next stage in producing a graduate who, when he or she moves the industry, is literally to black and black, and they will start working without needing any training. For Professor Gitau to do that, or to lead a team of professors and lecturers of the University of Nairobi to produce such a product, we need collaboration with our students. We need to work together with our students. This university is a home for all of us. If it works for it to work for Professor Gitau, it has to work for our students and it has to work for our members of staff.
Away from continuity and away from tradition and history, would you say this ceremony marks not just a change in leadership, but also a beginning of a new chapter for the University of Nairobi and the university's history? And why is it not just about leadership and transition of power?
We live in an era which is much more challenging than we have ever had as a University of Nairobi. And I have the benefit of having been here for a while. And I'm old enough to say that the time we are living in and the challenges that come with this time is very different from what we have had in the past. So if that is the case, then the installation of Professor Gitau as the VC of the University of Nairobi is not just a mere transition. It is a clear message that we are walking into that phase of the University of Nairobi where more energy, more readiness, more unity, and more purpose-driven approach to issues will work for us much better than it has done before.
Mm-hmm. So, Prof, history often judges leaders over time. What, in your view, defines a truly successful vice chancellor?
If you look at through history, both the history of the University of Nairobi and the history of the rest of the universities, there is only one simple thing that defines a good university leader: leave the university better than you found it. And what do you call that? Transformation.
So,
Transformation will make Professor Gitau leave the University of Nairobi better than he has found it. Better in terms of research delivery, better in terms of our teaching programs, better in terms of our innovation, and better in terms of our direct contribution to society. Transform. There are three things. One is transform, and two is transform, and three, transform some more. There's a difference between mere change and transform. Transform speaks of changing the university from the form that it is now to something that betters it. The university has some of the best programs. The university has some of the best professors that you can find anywhere else in the world. And I would dare say the university has some of the best students that they are to have actually in the continent and the country. What this transition simply means is that Professor Gitau and the rest of us have to find a way of bettering our best.
do you have a favorite vice chancellor installation memory from a previous installation ceremony?
Well, that's a good one. All of them that I have witnessed, from that of Professor Ishaga to Professor Kiamba, to Professor Magoa, to Professor Mbiti, and of course Professor Kiama, and now Professor Gitau. They have a lot of things to share. I'm not able to distinguish one from the other, but the unique one was Professor Kiama's that happened during COVID, and it was more virtual than physical. It was actually just fairly unique from all the others that we have had. And of course, Professor Magoas. Professor Magoa was not just a mere human being that you can find around. He was big in stature, very passionate, very pushy, if you can, but also very, very friendly. I found he's very, very fascinating, and how we were moving very fast from one place to the other. And he served the university for quite long, and did the transformation that we associate with him. What we now call the University of Nairobi Towers were not there when he came in, and by the time he was leaving, we had the tower. And each of these vice chancellors we have had their, greatest achievements. Of course, they are human; they have had their own weaknesses, but in each of them, we have seen the university transform. Professor Kiama came in at a time the university faced a lot of financial difficulties. But we never, just like other universities did, missed our salaries as members of staff. We never missed to go to class. When COVID came, we are the only university in actually the country and the continent that continued as if COVID did not exist. We transited from physical teaching to online teaching almost immediately. That could be Professor Kiama's greatest strength. If the tower was Professor Magoa's greatest achievement, then Kiama's greatest achievement was actually to seamlessly transit the university from physical teaching to online teaching without disrupting our programs. We are probably the only university that has no backlog because of COVID.
And that is actually so good. So, as a historian, when you look ahead, rather than back in history, because historians look so back, what do you hope future generations will say about this new chapter in the university's history?
I understand where you're coming from when you say that historians will look back. I want to believe that perhaps your high school teachers taught you that history is memorizing the names of people who have died and when they died.
That's true.
But I want to let you know that history is more than that. Our work is to delve into the past in ways that make us understand the challenges of the present, so that as a society we can prepare for tomorrow. Nobody's more futuristic, I think, than a historian.
Yeah.
Looking at the University of Nairobi, under the visionary leadership of the Chancellor, of the Vice Chancellor that we are installing today, I have hope and optimism that we will maintain and transform our current position as a premier institution of high learning, a leader in research and innovation, and a leader in teaching programs that have direct relevance to the demands of society out there. My dream is really to have the university that not only works for the country, but also works for the people of this country, works for the people of this world, works for our students, and works for our staff. And as I said earlier, and to use the motto of my high school institution, we need to work always to have that notion of bettering our best. Better our best, I think, should be one way of looking forward, and also within the dreams of our university clarion call of Unitate et Labor, labor for success. And I hope Professor Gitau will be.
Yeah, it already feels like a memorable morning here at the University of Nairobi, where we are here today to witness the installation of the ninth Vice Chancellor, that is Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau. And now allow me to transition you back to the field to see what is happening on ground with our reporter Anastasia Kirago.
Thank you so much, Whitney. The event has already started to take shape. The band is ready. I can see also the scouts are ready. And with me, I have James, who is the younger brother to Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau. And we've just known Ayub Gitau from a professional side of things. But you, as the younger brother, how is your relationship with him?
Yeah, I want to say that I'm the younger brother to Professor Ayub Gitau, and actually I'm the one who follows him, and we have been with him throughout. And I would say that I've just been following his footsteps, right away from childhood, right away from nursery school. I could see my brother even coming for me and the other siblings. Even in his early childhood, Engineer Professor Ayub Gitau, we used to go to the Sunday school in our local churches, the Presbyterian Church of East Africa, and we used to do the normal things like grazing our father's cattle, going to the shambas, and even going to those childish adventures like fishing, hunting, and everything. And I want to say that Professor used to be just a normal boy, but we could see his leadership in the making. That's nowadays, at the time I realized he was a leader in his own light. Professor used to be very, very outgoing. And I want to say that in school, he was actually very good in his academic pursuit. And me and my other siblings, we used to follow his footsteps. Actually, I remember I could do exactly what he was doing. I used to follow his steps. And therefore, I want to say that Ayub he used to be our role model, even in childhood, whether it's at home or whether at school. Had been his younger siblings, Professor Ayub used to actually discipline us, and therefore he used to mold us also in the right way. He used to show us the academic work, also other roles at home, all the way. That was the primary schools. And even as we moved on to the secondary school, I want to say I personally, Professor, I used to be my role model because he could even show me the harder work, the mathematics and everything. And actually I also became also an expert in that field. So all along, I would say this is the time I'm realizing that what I used to see him, that's now I'm seeing it coming. So even as we in our teenage life, in our even in our as we approach adulthood, we could see that we are following his steps. So I want to say that he's a disciplinarian in his own light, also somebody who nurtures the young ones, and at the same time, somebody who shows the others the direction. Because my other siblings, we have seen them taking their direction, their shapes, just by following the person in the name of Ayub. So even as we went on to the universities, I'm sure I have been following him all the way. Also I'm also in the education sector. So I want to say that a Professor Ayub Gitau is somebody whom we have been following on, and nowadays is the time I'm seeing surely this person was a leader even in his childhood, because now is a person whom, if he set his mind on something, definitely he goes for it. In very many, in his academic pursuit, even in the social life, I have seen him trying to move on and move on. So I would say somebody whom, when he set his mind on something, definitely he goes for it. Is somebody also very, very disciplined, focused, and determined to achieve his goals. And actually, I would say this is a person actually or the family is presenting to the university. So I want to say that our brother engineer, Professor Ayub Gitau, is equal to the task because all along we have seen it coming. We have seen somebody who is very, very hard working, is somebody who want to move to the next level. Actually, professor is somebody who does not know that idea of being defeated. This is a person whom, when he set foot on something, definitely he goes for it. And despite the challenges, you see him struggling all the way to the end. So I want to say this somebody I've known all the way from my childhood, somebody I've been following footsteps, and somebody whom I know that is equal to the task ahead of him. This is a person I will know that he's ready to bring a lot of good changes, a lot of development to the one of the public universities. That is the oldest and the most famous university in the country and even Africa. So I hope that the family, we are the family of Gitau, and I'm sure we are presenting our best to the nation and to the world at large. So
Thank you so much. Asante sana. And we wish you all the best as well as this day and how it goes, and you witnessing Professor Ayub Gitau also in another light that we will see later. Thank you so much. Asante sana. And enjoy the rest of the day. That has been James, the younger brother of Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau. And as you've heard him say that Engineer has been a person who sees and does what he wants, which means that is in his academic journey, in his professional journey, he's a person who is outgoing and keeps his word. And we will see, and we will wait to, in his beginning of his tenure to the end of his tenure, to what he will bring to the University of Nairobi as the ninth Vice Chancellor here. And Whitney Lubidu, continue with the panel discussion, even as we wait for the procession to begin and the event to start.
Thank you so much, Anastasia, for the update, and we will certainly check in with you again. So, while today's ceremony celebrates the installation of the ninth Vice Chancellor, that is Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau, it is also important to recognize that leadership is really a journey that takes one person. It's not an alone journey, and behind every leader is a network of support, and that is family, friends, mentors, colleagues whose encouragement and sacrifices often make such a milestone feel possible and attainable. And that was an interview with a close family member. And today we also acknowledge the presence of the Vice Chancellor's family who joined the university community in celebrating this significant occasion. And now also not forgetting our guest in studio, a colleague of Professor Ayub Gitau. So, Prof, you will at one point. I'm not saying that I'm predicting the future, but I feel like you're more qualified. You're not more qualified, but at some point in your life, you'd want to be in such a position, the vice chancellor position. Prof, do you feel like family plays a role in positions like this?
Of course, a man or a woman is basically what his or her family is. Uh, uh, you know, a vice chancellor is a public position. Before you get to the public, it's a family that makes you who you are. And after you are done with the public, where do you go to?
You go home.
Back to the family. So the family is not just important, but extremely critical in positions like this. And I'm sure if Professor Gitao had a chance, he could enumerate that some of the achievements that he has made in his life are partially a contribution of the members both of his nuclear family and also extended family. Because in Africa, we do not really exist as individuals.
Yeah.
If I sit here to tell you people who have contributed to making me who I am today, you'll be surprised.
So, Prof, you're a colleague, and obviously through history, you've gotten a glimpse of how appointments actually happen, to the process, the application, to the process someone is actually announced or appointed as the vice chancellor. How does this process towards appointment and also the installation actually happen?
Um, in what we have today is part of the transformations that have taken place on how a vice chancellor is picked for the University of Nairobi. In the yesteryears, it was a university affair only, and then you forward the name to the minister to pick. But even before that, before we attained what we now call a much more open society that Kenya is today, the appointment of the vice chancellor was exclusive reserve of the chancellor, who was then mainly the president of Kenya. President Moi, during his 24 years of rule, he was a chancellor of all public universities. The current situation where we have the chancellor independent of the president was introduced during the administration of President Kibaki. He was the only one who was not the chancellor of all public universities in Kenya. From there, we had a situation where universities within their systems and the university council pick three names and send to the minister to pick one of them, the minister for education. But things have now changed. That for you to be the vice chancellor, you pass through the Public Service Commission, a body that is charged with recruitment of public officials in the country. This being Kenya's national university, the first one, the pioneer one. All these processes began with the Public Service Commission, and then the Public Service Commission. The three names were sent to the University Council, and the council picked one and sent to the minister to appoint. So it's quite a process. What has gone on behind the scenes is much more than what we are seeing today as a celebration. People have spent sleepless nights. People have put in efforts to apply. They have attended various interviews, at the Public Service Commission, with the council, and many other places. So this is a culmination of a long process that has ended up giving us our current Vice Chancellor.
Looking at it, actually, history plays a role in shaping most of the things that happen. And I know there's a saying that says history can predict the future by seeing the trends and also being able to make conclusions from history. So, what role does history play in helping new leaders make informed decisions? In our case, a new leader like Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau, in making informed decisions for the future.
Maybe a small correction. There is a sense in which there is really nothing new in the face of this world. The biblical wise man Solomon said that all we do, all we are, and how we look at the world around us is basically historical. All Professor Gitau will do is just to look at how our past has been, what has driven us to where we are. For him to make any meaningful changes, all that will inform him in this new endeavor is actually historical, nothing more, nothing less. People may argue, people may run up and down, but we boil down to what you are today as a potential broadcaster is determined by the accumulation of the things that you have done in the past years up to where we are. So you are a product of history. I'm a product of history. So to understand yourself, to understand your aspirations and dreams, we look back.
So allow me to take you down through the memory lane of the vice chancellors of the University of Nairobi and their tenures. We had Professor Josephat Karanja, who served for approximately 9 years. Professor
The historian.
Philip Mbithi, the historian from our faculty.
Yes.
Professor Philip Mbithi, 6 years approximately. Professor Francis Gishaga, the engineer.
You forgot Professor Joseph Maina Mungai was the second.
Yeah. Yes.
The medic.
The medic.
The first Kenyan human anatomist. The first dean of our medical faculty here in the University of Nairobi. That was our second
vice chancellor. Yeah. And then all the way to Professor Crispus Kiamba, to Professor George Magoha, then you said the neurologist,
Yes.
and then Professor Peter Mbithi, professor from the veterinary medicine, Professor Stephen Kiama, another vet.
Veterinary medical.
Yeah, and then now to our engineer.
The second engineer to
second
be the
engineer
VC.
after Professor Francis Gishaga. So now, as I'm seeing, the longest serving vice chancellor served for like 10 years. That is Professor Francis Gishaga. And the shortest term or the shortest tenure by Professor Crispus Kiamba, approximately 4 years around there. And looking at it, one might ask this question: why did some earlier vice chancellors serve a longer term while other ones served like a shorter one?
Young lady, you see, the office of the vice chancellor is a purely political position. And at times you serve at the mercy of the forces at play in the time that you are chancellor. The reason why some serve longer, others serve shorter, is determined by these dynamics within and without. University of Nairobi is actually the most important institution in this country. I'll bet you that if you threw a coin in the streets of any town in this country, it cannot stop before hitting 3 graduates of the University of Nairobi or even more. The influence of this institution is quite huge in the corridors of politics.
Yeah.
It has produced some of the most vibrant politicians and leaders of this country, including our current president, who was a student in this university. His deputy is actually a member of staff in this university. Professor Kindiki is a colleague from the Faculty of Law. The Prime Secretary was a student in ADD. That's our Faculty of Architecture, Design and Development. And if I went on, that is how important the University of Nairobi is. So the forces from within and without of our political nature sometimes stabilize and destabilize the university and determine who is going to serve longer and who is going to serve a shorter time. But overall, it doesn't matter necessarily how long you serve, but what impact you bring in. I remember Professor Kiamba's term was interrupted because he was appointed permanent secretary. I remember that. I think in the Ministry of Education.
Yeah.
Yeah. Professor Mbiti Peter, his second term was not renewed for reasons, I think, either of a political nature or others. And Professor Kiama, also, his term was not renewed. So these things are determined by the circumstances of a political nature of the moment, given the significance, the importance of the University of Nairobi, not just locally here, but also out there.
So, Prof, if you were to tell Professor Ayub Gitau something as a colleague or like someone who has been in this space, this institution for quite some time, what would you tell Prof?
Two things. One is Prof. Gitau, you enjoy, if I may address him directly, using first person language.
Camera.
Prof, you enjoy such huge goodwill from members of staff. They have faith, they have trust in you. And the optimism around us is one that will give you the unity of purpose that you need to transform this institution. From your experience, those of us who have worked with you, you have the wherewithal, you have what it takes to produce results. Go ahead and do it. That's my point number one.
And for your members of staff, part of embracing change is where most of the time there's a gap there, because people might take you negatively, people might fail to take you in. For what do you have to tell your other colleagues as they prepare to work hand in hand with the Office of the Vice Chancellor and Professor Ayub Gitau?
No, what I know, and from what I've just observed in the few actually months that is been VC, Professor Gidau has been received very well, and hence what I call a lot of goodwill from members of staff, and that will doesn't come for out of the blues. It's because of the experience. Those who have worked with Professor Gidau, those who have seen him, he is not new. Up to very recently, he was our Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs, and we have seen him at work, and we have seen what he's capable of doing, and hence the goodwill. Very diplomatic, soft-spoken, a people's person, uh, not very pushy, but very passionate and very caring. With that, I will urge our members of staff, both the faculty and our administrators, to give Prof a chance, to support him, to provide the requisite unity that he needs to play this critical role at this point in the University of Nairobi.
For you, for our dear listeners, remember you're still tuned in to UNC TV. Our social media handles are at UNC TV KE. If you have any questions, if you have any remarks, if you want to chip in and just contribute to the conversation, our social media handles are at that. You're also running radio concurrently at UNC Radio KE and our social media handle at UNC Radio KE. And now back to the major contributions before becoming the Vice Chancellor for Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau. We see that throughout his career, Prof has been associated with several significant initiatives. That is, in terms of the engineering education and curriculum reform, where he led the review of the accreditation of engineering programs and supported the alignment with national standards set by the Engineers Board of Kenya and the Commission for the University Education. Also, in terms of digital transformation in teaching and learning, as dean and later as the acting deputy vice chancellor in charge of academic affairs, he promoted the ICT-enabled learning, webinars, and even a blended teaching, taking over from Professor Stephen Kiama, blended teaching approaches, and especially following the COVID-19 period disruptions around there. And also in terms of research and innovation, he attracted regional and international research funding in areas such as conservation agriculture, irrigation, renewable energy, and water harvesting, while also supervising postgraduate research and publishing extensively. Professor Kenneth, you are the Associate Dean for the Faculty of Arts and Social Science. That also majorly includes working hand in hand with postgraduate students. This is something also Professor Ayub Gitau has done as professor in charge of research and innovation. Research is actually one of the, should I say, the income generators for this institution. What is something you'd want to tell Professor Ayub to just take up in terms of research and innovation and handling postgraduate students in the University of Nairobi?
I mean, trying to tell Prof. Gitau what he needs to do to improve research and our research environment and the role research generally plays will be tantamount to teaching a hen on how to lay eggs, because that is exactly what he has been doing. What I will really say is let him continue creating a very conducive environment to attract research grants from our benefactors around the world. create an environment that enables us to do research without the encumbrances that come with it, the requisite freedom that academics need to innovate and come up with ideas that may not make sense to anybody else in the world out there, but ultimately will make sense. Create an environment that continue to enable us to carry out our operational research away from the basic research that we do that generates ideas. And we believe very strongly that Prof has what it takes to do that. As our Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs, he has supported many initiatives that have created an environment for not just research and teaching, but also innovation, working with the different departments of the University of Nairobi.
So, walking through his career timeline, we're saying that he didn't just he didn't just wake up one day and become like the vice chancellor. This is something that he has been building his career for over 2 decades now, right from when he was a lecturer in 2002, still a lecturer though, in the department, all the way to acting chairman, all the way to senior lecturer, all the way to acting dean, to becoming associate professor, to acting principal, to dean, to then again acting deputy vice chancellor, in charge of academic affairs. And yeah. So would you say that becoming a vice chancellor is not, it requires you to actually build your career line or timeline in order to you to like know how the systems actually work to be fit for that role?
You see, none of us is born a VC. You have to work for it. You have to start from the very bottom. All of us as dons, we started from being tutorial fellows, which is a euphemism for a dunk for work at the level of departments. We rose up through assistant lecturers. We became senior lecturers, associate professors, and all that. Besides that, being a good academic, you also have to play your role in administration. You have to, show that you understand the operations of the university administratively. So you cannot wake up today
And
become a VC tomorrow. It takes time.
takes time.
Takes time.
It's like a ladder.
It's like a ladder. That is why in academia, we don't retire at the time everybody else in public service retire. We are the only ones, I think, with judges who are meant to retire at 74 or 75, depending on which university you come from. The belief is the older you are, the better, just like wine. The older it is,
More
the
like
better.
gold is gold. And
Oh, yes, it's more than gold.
yeah.
Yeah, because you have seen, you have seen it all.
I like to just go back again to how you feel. What emotions does a day like this, what does the emotions does a day like this evoke for someone who has been dedicated for so many years to the university?
Well, fulfillment, optimism, hope, happiness. That is for Professor Gitau. Those of us who are here, we learn a lesson that hard work pays. And to climb the ladder, diligence, dedication, and commitment are not options.
So thank you so much, Prof, for the update, for being part of this broadcast, and for giving us a one or two here. What is your parting shot for today's Vice Chancellor installation?
I want to take this opportunity to wish Professor Gitau well. He is a man we have worked with, and some of us have known much more directly, and we understand his dedication. I now say, may God give him the ability, the diligence, and the dedication that he requires to be the very best vice chancellor that the University of Nairobi needs. And may God continue to shine his countenance on his face and on the faces of his loved ones, family members, both nuclear and extended.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Prof. So, as we've had, moments like this become part of the university's history in reminding us that while leaders may change, missions of acknowledgement and also of advancing knowledge, innovation, and service to society remains constant, particularly in this institution, that is the University of Nairobi. So, once again, my name is Whitney Lubedu. Remember to keep following up the installation of the ninth Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi here at UNCTV. Our social media handles are at UNCTVKA.
Us to stand and remain upstanding for the national anthem, for the East Africa anthem, and prayers, and then we can be able to take our seats. I will request all of us to stand. The academic procession is about to get here. I'm sorry, I've requested you to stand a bit early. Maybe I'll request you to sit once they get outside. I will request you to stand again. I'm so sorry for that. I wanted you to stand up and refresh. You've sat for so many minutes. It's good to just stand up and sit, yeah, for the occasion. Let's have the choir give us one song before the academic procession gets here. But it is a good exercise. You've been sitting for a while.
Ingekuwa malaika kama ng'ombe nitaleta wako nitawaona. Asante sana kwa ningekuwa malaika. Sauti pambe, sauti ya wanakwaya wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi. Utadhani ni hurulaini. Hurulaini ni viumbe wanaofanana na malaika. Wana sauti nzuri sana hawa, fanya vizuri sana katika vitengo mbalimbali. Tuwasikize wanapokuja hapa, msafara huo ambao unaongozwa na askari tawala wanakuja hapa, skauti wa chuo, na kisha ule msafara wa kiakademia wanakuja hapa ili
University of Nairobi. It's such a knowledge and joy. We bless and honor thee. We honor in a excellence in knowledge, knowledge to some knowledge to some. We are the fount of lives. We are the victor. God give us grace to stand. And the future brings is bright. And the Jesus shall bring from the knowledge, knowledge shall surely set them free. All the stars, knowledge shall surely set them free.
Thank you very much. Continue to be upstanding as we request Reverend Jose Amitei to give us the opening prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, the giver of all wisdom and knowledge and understanding, we are gathered here today in gratitude to mark this solemn and historic installation of the ninth Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Engineer Professor Ayub Gitau. We thank you for this great institution, the pride of our nation. We thank you for the vision of those who founded it. and for the generations of scholars and researchers and leaders that this institution has nurtured and sent out to serve Kenya and the world. Lord, we lift up before you this day the Vice Chancellor to be installed here today. Grant him the wisdom of Solomon to guide this great university with clear vision, the courage to make difficult decisions with integrity, and the humility to listen, to serve, and to lead by example. Strengthen him for the great responsibility now to be placed upon his shoulders, and surround him with wise and faithful counsel. We lift up before you the leadership gathered here today, the Principal Secretary, Ministry of Education, the government official presence, the chairperson and members of University Council, the members of University Senate, all distinguished guests and dignitaries who have graced this occasion. Grant each of them wisdom, good health, and grace as they serve this great nation and this institution. We also pray for the entire university community, the faculty and the staff and students of this great institution. May we all work together in unity of purpose, that this university may continue to advance knowledge, uphold excellence, and be a beacon of hope for this nation and beyond. Dear Lord, we pray that you bless this ceremony and all we have gathered to witness it. Guide the proceedings from the beginning to the end, and may everything that we do here today bring glory and honor to you, honor to this institution, and benefit for generations that are yet to come. We make this prayer through Christ our Lord.
You may be seated. Our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Julius Migozo Gamba, ably represented by the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Dr. Beatrice Nyangala. Today, indeed, as the prayer has gone ahead, and thank you, Reverend Mitei, that we gather here today to celebrate a milestone in terms of the installation of the 9th Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. My name is Professor Margaret Jesang Hutchinson, the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Research, Innovation and Enterprise. And when we say this a solemn occasion, because on the 2nd of May 2024, Professor Ayub Gitau and I and others were given the responsibility of running the university. And for the last 2 years, he served as the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, while I served as the Vice Chancellor acting. Together, we've been able to oversee 4 graduations, installed the 6th Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, and graduated 17,831 students from both the University of Nairobi and Koitalel Samoei University. When it came to time to apply for the substantive positioning, I remember we had a very good working relationship with him, and I told him, apply for all of them. See what the Lord has done. And so today, we are celebrating a milestone because on the 14th of May, 2026, Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau was given the appointment letter to be the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. And so, even in that history, I'm happy for the women of Kenya that I was able to serve for close to 2 years as the first woman Vice Chancellor since the inception of the University of Nairobi. So indeed, it is a momentous occasion, but also a time to celebrate. And therefore, this is a celebration as much as a solemn occasion. And therefore, let the celebration begin. And by the best choir, south of Sahara, north of Lipompo, the choir of the University of Nairobi, to give us a few numbers. Thank you.
Twasherehekea chuo Nairobi kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo. Twasherehekea chuo Nairobi kwa furaha leo. Twasherehekea chuo Nairobi kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo. Twasherehekea chuo Nairobi kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo. Tunawatambua viongozi wote wenye hawachoki kufanya kazi kuboresha chuo chetu. Twasherehekea chuo Nairobi kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo. Tunawatambua viongozi wote wenye hawachoki kufanya kazi kuboresha chuo chetu. Twasherehekea chuo Nairobi kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo. Juhudi zenu. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Kenya itakuwa mikononi mwetu. Juhudi zenu. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Kenya itakuwa mikononi mwetu. Tusherehekea chuo Nairobi kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo. Tusherehekea chuo Nairobi isiyo na kifani leo. Nawatambua viongozi wote wenye hawachoki kufanya kazi kuboresha chuo chetu. Tusherehekea chuo Nairobi isiyo na kifani leo. Juhudi zenu. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Kenya itakuwa mikononi mwetu. Juhudi zenu. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Kenya itakuwa mikononi mwetu. Viongozi wetu wote tunawapa heko. Chuo chetu Nairobi tunasonga mbele. Na walimu wetu wote tunawapa heko. Chuo chetu Nairobi tunasonga mbele. Wafanyikazi wetu wote tunawapa heko. Chuo chetu Nairobi tunasonga mbele. Wanafunzi wetu wote tunawapa heko. Chuo chetu Nairobi tunasonga mbele. Zetu. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Kenya itakuwa mikononi mwetu. Juhudi zetu. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Kenya itakuwa mikononi mwetu. Juhudi zetu. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Kenya itakuwa mikononi mwetu. Juhudi zetu. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Kenya itakuwa mikononi mwetu.
Thank you very much. At this juncture, allow me to invite the newest Deputy Vice Chancellor in town, Professor Josiah Aduda, the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Finance, Planning and Development, to do a more elaborate introductory remark and recognition of the guests today. Professor Aduda.
Thank you, DVC. I am Josiah Umola Duda, the newest Deputy Vice Chancellor in town, in charge of Finance, Planning and Development, and Professor of Finance, University of Nairobi. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, with humility, to acknowledge the presence of the following eminent guests in our midst. The Cabinet Secretary for Education, Hon Julius Migos Ogamba, ably represented by the Principal Secretary, State Department for Education, the Honorable Dr. Beatrice Inyangala, the Chair of University of Nairobi Council, Professor Chacha Nyaigoti Chacha, members of the University of Nairobi Council, Vice Chancellor, University of Nairobi, Engineer Professor Ayub Gitau, the former Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Professor Jacob Kaimenyi, Vice Chancellors of our sister universities. We have the Vice Chancellor of the Technical University of Mombasa, Professor Laila Abubakar. We acknowledge our presence. Maybe you wave. We have the Vice Chancellor of the Embu University, Professor Daniel Mugendi. Please wave. We have the Vice Chancellor of the Cooperative University of Kenya. Please wave. We have Vice Chancellor Emeritus of the University of Nairobi. And here we have Professor Peter Mbidi. Please wave. Peter Mbidi was the 7th Vice Chancellor, if I'm right. Yes, and then the 8th Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, my friend, Professor Stephen Gitai. We have Vice Chancellor Emeritus, Technical University of Kenya, Professor Francis Aduol. Vice Chancellor Emeritus, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, Professor Ratemo Michiaka. Oh, Chancellor, please. Correct. Corrected, sir. Then the Chair of Council Emeritus, University of Nairobi, the one and only Professor Julia Ojiambo. Excellencies, the ambassadors and high commissioners present. We have Susan Murungi representing the U.S. ambassador. Susan Murungi, wherever you are. We also have Mado Mula representing the ambassador of the government of France to Kenya and Somalia. Mado Mula. Thank you. CEOs of our companies, blue chip companies. We have the CEO of Shelter Afrique Bank, Dr. Habib Han. Officials of the university's academic staff union, UASU, led by Chairman Ben Nyanchoga, if they are here. Officials of the Kenya University Staff Union, present, led by their chairman, Peter Waita. The secretary, Peter Waita. The officials of the University of Nairobi Professors Association, led by Professor Peter Wasamba, if they are here. Members of university management present. Top management, please, you may just stand up. Thank you. Members of the University of Nairobi Senate. You are many, that is deans, directors, chairmen. Members of academic and non-academic staff of the University of Nairobi. UNSA council members, Those that are present, yes, we clap for them. Partners, members of staff, students, distinguished guests, both online and offline, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my distinct honor and privilege to warmly welcome all of you to the University of Nairobi for this historic and momentous occasion, the installation ceremony of our 9th Vice Chancellor, my brother, friend, and colleague, Engineer Professor Ayub Gitau. I'm particularly happy because the Vice Chancellor and I were appointed on the same day, 14th March 2025. 14th May 2025, and I was the first person to congratulate him when I heard his name being mentioned by the chair of the University of Nairobi Council, Professor Chacha Nyaigoti Chacha. Today, therefore, marks a defining moment in the history of the University of Nairobi as we usher in a new chapter of leadership and reaffirm our commitment to excellence in teaching, research, innovation, and service to society. On behalf of the University of Nairobi Management and Senate, I extend our sincere gratitude to all the guests for honoring our invitation. Your presence underscores the great confidence and support that the University of Nairobi continues to enjoy from the government, our partners, alumni, professional bodies, and the wider community. We are indeed deeply honored by your presence and participation as we celebrate this important milestone in the history of Kenya's premier university, the University of Nairobi. Please feel at home and enjoy this solemn ceremony, as I know that many of us here are distinguished alumni of this great university. I now invite the Master of Ceremony, my colleague, the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Academic Affairs, Professor John Demesi Mande, to lead us through the program for today's installation ceremony. Thank you, and once again, welcome to University of Nairobi. Asanteni. Sorry for that. I must recognize the presence of the Vice Chancellor who actually employed me here as a tutorial fellow, Professor Francis Gichaga. I also recognize the presence of officials of Kudeya. Please stand up. Thank you very much. Once again, asanteni sana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, represented by the PS Education, Dr. Inyangala, the chairman of the University of Nairobi Council, Professor Chacha Nyaigoti Chacha, members of the University of Nairobi Council, the Vice Chancellor, University of Nairobi, Professor Ayub Gitau, other Vice Chancellors from other institutions, the former Vice Chancellors already acknowledged, members of the University of Nairobi Management, deans, directors, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering to present the citation for Professor Gitau. Mpigie makofi tafadhali.
This is the citation of Engineer Professor Ayub Gitau, the 9th Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. Our legacy begins. Every great university is shaped by individuals whose lives become inseparable from its own story. Their influence is measured not only by the positions they hold, but by the ideas they nurture, the people they inspire, and the institutions they strengthen for generations to come. As the University of Nairobi marks another defining chapter in its distinguished history, we celebrate one such individual whose professional journey reflects the enduring values upon which this university was founded. Engineer Professor Ayub Gitau assumes office as the 9th Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi after more than 3 decades of distinguished service to engineering education, research, institutional leadership, and national development. His appointment represents the culmination of a career built on scholarship, professional integrity, thoughtful leadership, and unwavering commitment to academic excellence. Engineer Professor Gitau has experienced the university from many perspectives as a lecturer, through the researcher, mentor, administrator, dean, deputy vice chancellor, and now as the vice chancellor. Each responsibility prepared him for the next, steadily shaping the leader entrusted with leading Kenya's oldest and premier university into a future defined by excellence, innovation, and impact. Engineer Professor Gitau was born on 20th October 1966 in Derry Village in Kikuyu Sub-County to Samuel Gitau Karuga and Alice Joki Gitau. It was here within a community that valued education, discipline, and hard work that the foundations of a lifelong pursuit of knowledge were laid. He attended Como Primary School and later Kahuho Secondary School. He proceeded to Makueni Boys High School for his A-level studies. He gained admission to Egerton University in 1987, where he pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in Agricultural Engineering, graduating in 1990. He advanced his studies at the University of Nairobi, earning a Master of Science degree in Agricultural Engineering in 1996. His postgraduate work deepened his expertise in power machinery and mechanization engineering, fields central to modern agricultural production and food security. He enrolled for Doctor of Philosophy in Agricultural Engineering and in 2005 specialized in soil mechanical behavior, tillage modeling, and engineering design. These academic achievements shaped the way Engineer Professor Gitau would approach leadership throughout his career. He gained skills in analyzing complex systems, identifying underlying causes, and developing solutions that are both practical and sustainable. Those qualities would later define his approach to university administration. His professional career began at the Kenya Industrial Training Institute, where he served as a lecturer and later as head of Department of Science and Technology from 1997 to 2001. He later joined Kenya Methodist University as a lecturer and acting head of the Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources. These early appointments exposed him to the changing landscape of higher education and strengthened his conviction that universities must prepare graduates not only to succeed professionally, but also to solve society's most pressing challenges. In 2002, he joined the University of Nairobi as a lecturer in the Department of Environmental and Biosystems Engineering. He distinguished himself as a teacher who viewed education as a partnership rather than a one-way transfer of knowledge. Engineer Professor Gitau established his niche research areas of interest on issues of national and global importance. His work addressed agricultural mechanization, conservation agriculture, irrigation engineering, renewable energy systems, water harvesting technologies, environmental conservation, and climate-smart agricultural practices. His research consistently seeks practical solutions, technologies that farmers can adopt, systems that conserve natural resources, and innovations capable of improving livelihoods across rural communities. He has continued to attract competitive funding from both national and international partners, enabling collaboration projects that extend far beyond Kenya's borders. Through initiatives supported by the European Union, UNESCO, Inter-University Council for East Africa, Global Center on Adaptation, UK Research and Innovation, and other partners, Professor Gitau contributes to multidisciplinary programs that connect universities, researchers, industry, and communities in pursuit of sustainable development. These collaborations reinforce the university's reputation as a center of research excellence while strengthening partnerships across Africa and Europe. Professor Gitau has demonstrated commitment to ensuring that knowledge generated within the university translates into meaningful societal impact. The University of Nairobi has long distinguished itself by nurturing leaders from within. Individuals who understand our traditions, appreciate our aspirations, and possess the institutional memory necessary to guide our future. Professor Gitau's journey through the university exemplifies that tradition. For more than 2 decades of service, he has grown alongside the institution, progressively taking greater responsibility while earning the confidence of colleagues through competence, fairness, and a deep respect for the university's academic mission. Engineer Professor Gitau's professional life reflects years of sustained scholarship, dedicated service, and a leadership style grounded in consultation, integrity, and accountability. His academic progression mirrors that steady commitment. Following his appointment as lecturer in 2002, he was promoted to senior lecturer in 2008, associate professor in 2015, and rank of full professor in 2023. In universities across the world, promotion to the rank of professor represents the highest recognition of scholarly achievement, acknowledging not only excellence in teaching and research, but also a lasting contribution to the advancements of knowledge. Between 2011 and 2017, Professor Gitau served as chairman of the Department of Environmental and Biosystems Engineering, providing academic leadership during a period of significant change within engineering education. Under his stewardship, the department strengthened its academic programs, enhanced research, coordination, and nurtured a culture that encouraged collaboration among staff, students, and industry partners. In 2017, he assumed the role of acting dean of the School of Engineering before being appointed substantive dean of the Faculty of Engineering in 2020, a position he held until 2024, leading one of the university's oldest and most strategically important faculties requires more than administrative oversight. It demanded the ability to anticipate emerging trends, strengthen academic quality, and position engineering education to respond to the rapidly changing needs of industry and society. As Dean, Professor Gitau championed curriculum reforms to ensure graduates remain globally competitive, He played a central role in strengthening quality assurance systems and advancing accreditation processes that reinforce confidence in the university's engineering programs. At a time when universities everywhere were navigating profound technological change, he also championed digital transformation initiatives that modernize teaching, learning, and administrative processes across the faculty. His leadership also strengthened the faculty's engagement with industry, professional bodies, and international partners. By fostering collaboration beyond the university, he helped create opportunities for research, innovation, student mentorship, and professional training, ensuring that engineering education remained connected to contemporary practice and national development priorities. Even as his leadership responsibilities expand, Engineer Professor Gitau remains actively engaged in teaching, research, and mentorship of future generations of engineers and scholars. He continued to teach undergraduate and postgraduate students, supervise masters and doctoral candidates, and mentor young academics beginning their own scholarly journeys. Over the years, Engineer Professor Gitau has built an impressive network of research collaboration, linking the University of Nairobi with universities and research institutions across Africa and Europe through programs supported by Erasmus+, EduLink 2, the Global Center on Adaptation, UK Research and Innovation, UNESCO, the Inter-University Council for East Africa, and other development partners. He has contributed to initiatives addressing climate resilience, renewable energy, agricultural mechanization, irrigation technologies, water harvesting, food security, and sustainable livelihoods. These collaborations have done more than generate research outputs. They have strengthened institutional partnerships, expanded opportunities for staff and student exchange, enhanced postgraduate training, and reinforced the university's position within the international research networks. They reflect Engineer Professor Gitau's enduring belief that today's global challenges demand collaboration across disciplines, institutions, and national borders. Engineer Professor Gitau has authored over 100 peer-reviewed publications, contributed to academic books and conference proceedings, reviewed manuscripts for leading international journals, and served as an external examiner for universities across the region. He is a registered consulting engineer with the Engineers Board of Kenya, a fellow of the Kenya Society of Environmental, Biological, and Agricultural Engineers, a member of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, a member of both the International Council of System Engineering and the American Society of Agricultural and Biological Engineers. He serves as a trustee member of the Environment Institute of Kenya and is a Silver Life member of the University of Nairobi Alumni Association. These affiliations are more than professional distinctions. They speak to a career that has consistently bridged academia, professional practice, and public service, three pillars that continue to define his leadership. He has also earned recognition from within and beyond the university. By 2024, Engineer Professor Gitau had become one of the university's most experienced academic leaders. His record of scholarship, institutional service, and strategic leadership naturally led to his appointment as Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, where he assumed responsibility for one of the university's most critical portfolios. In that role, his perspective broadened from leading a single faculty to helping shape the academic direction of the entire university. He provided oversight on academic policy, quality assurance, strategic planning, and institutional performance, working closely with faculties and departments to strengthen the university's core mission of teaching, research, and innovation. On Thursday, 14th May 2026, Engineer Professor Ayub Gitau was appointed the 9th Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, assuming leadership of Kenya's premier university at a defining moment in its history. The appointment marked the culmination of a distinguished academic career and at the same time, the beginning of a new chapter in the university's history. It reflected confidence in a leader who understands the institution not only through policy and strategy, but through lived experience. Among the defining priorities of his tenure is preparing the university for transition to competency-based education and training. As acting Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, Engineer Professor Gitau led one of the most extensive curriculum review exercises ever undertaken by the university, working closely with faculties and departments to align academic programs with the national CBET framework while preserving the university's long-established standards of academic excellence. That work has gathered even greater momentum under his leadership as Vice Chancellor, with the university preparing to admit this first cohort of CBET students in 2029. Curriculum review has become a university-wide undertaking touching every faculty and every academic program. A recent monitoring and evaluation exercise conducted by the Ministry of Education confirmed that the university remains firmly on course. The assessment found that curriculum reviews across the institution are progressing as planned, affirming the university's readiness, one of the most significant academic reforms in Kenya, Saya Education Center. And now, a new chapter for the University of Nairobi. The University of Nairobi celebrates not only the appointment of a distinguished scholar and accomplished engineer, but also the continuation of a tradition of academic leadership founded on excellence, integrity, and service. The university proudly presents Engineer Professor Gitau for instauration as the 9th Vice Chancellor. May his stewardship strengthen the university's enduring commitment to teaching, learning, research, innovation, and service to humanity. May his tenure inspire future generations of scholars, expand the frontiers of knowledge, and reaffirm the University of Nairobi's place among Africa's leading centers of learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us also applaud the Dean for the citation. You know, it is said that it is only the Dean who knows whether you have taught. And so, indeed, the chief guest, allow us at this point, and with your permission and that of all of us, to please be upstanding in honor of the Almighty God for having given us a new leader, and invite Professor Gitau. Please approach the podium. CS Education, please escort him. The Chair of Council, please escort the Vice Chancellor. Professor Kiama, please come. Professor Mbidi. Professor, please take your position there. Professor Gishaga will join us even as we go on. Professor Adol, of course. Then the Director, Legal and Corporate Board Services, Collins Omondi. Please, wapigie makofi kwa ile kazi ambayo wanataka kufanya. The rest of us, please, may we take our seats. Professor Micheka, please approach. Thank you very much. So, Professor Gitau has approached the podium in a business suit, so we wish to facilitate his assumption of office by him being robbed by his former colleagues, as led by Professor Aduel. Kindly. Professor Jesang, I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry. I'm very sorry. Yeah. Please.
We are assisted by Professor Mbithi, Professor Kia.
Very well. Professor Aduel is guiding that he will be assisted by Professor Mbidi and Professor Kiama in the course of that process, and the rest of us let us approach. Thank you. Makofi, Makofi, Makofi. Thank you very much. May I then request that the Vice Chancellors please resume your seats, with the exception of the ninth Vice Chancellor, the Chair of Council, and the PS Education, please. The next section and segment of the installation process entails the handing over of instruments that will be facilitated by Colin Somondi. What is taking the office first? What of office is here? See, the last one. Okay, so you guide us. The way we had prepared was such that he will be issued with a copy of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. There's an itinerary of several other legal documents that include the University of Nairobi Charter, the University of Nairobi statutes, the Universities Act. Please proceed. The Code of Conduct for Public Universities, the University of Nairobi. Did you give him the statutes? Yeah. And for the sake of time, I request that the rest of the instruments also be displayed and issued to our Vice Chancellor as we upload. We will also issue him with a copy of the University of Nairobi name and the logo. Okay. So the University of Nairobi name is actually officially protected under the Universities Act 2012. It is the name that it was assumed in 1970, but before then it was known as an institution of higher learning known as the Royal Technical College in 1956, and then the Royal College Nairobi 1961, and the University College Nairobi 1964, when it was part of the East African Community. The next instrument is the University of Nairobi logo, which comprises the coat of arms and the motto. The University of Nairobi motto, including the visual symbol of branding, as well as identifying and marketing the University of Nairobi. It follows the symbols of the lion. It has got the symbol of the giraffe, the lion for Kenya, the giraffe for Tanzania, and the crane for Uganda. Has he received that? Then the University of Nairobi mess, which is a symbol of authority of the University of Nairobi as an institution of higher learning. The mess bearer would be usually appointed from among the senior members of the university community, and it will be displayed and used during graduation ceremonies. And at this juncture, he is now commissioned to utilize that instrument. The next item is the university seal, which is the seal of the university that is used for regulated official business, as in processing of documents such as the university deeds, certificates, and other documents to denote authority, and it is deemed to be duly executed by or on behalf of the University of Nairobi. Then we have the University of Nairobi flag, which is of a light blue color with the university's coat of arms that is centered and the name University of Nairobi displayed below the emblem. The university flag is used in official ceremonies on campuses and in contexts that represent the university's identity, heritage, and academic culture. It serves as a symbol of both pride and institutional values. It is designed with those colors as shown, please. Mhm. Then he will be issued with the Kenya national flag with its four branded colors: black representing the people of Kenya, red symbolizes the bloodshed during the fight for independence, green representing the national the fertile landscape as well as wealth, and then white representing peace and unity. Kindly transfer that. Then you have the East African Community flag, which again represents our heritage both in the past as well as presently. The features of the East African communities, which is a blue field representing the Lake Victoria, surrounded by 5 horizontal stripes that are yellow, green, black, red, and white, symbolizing the partner states. Please hand it over to him. Next, we have the Professor Yakin Fountain, or known as the Fountain of Knowledge, which was established by Professor Yakin Fountain. And it is really a fountain of knowledge at the main campus of the University of Nairobi. And it was designed by the Czech sculptor known as Vladimir Foyt, created and unveiled on the 9th March 1963, which again he has been presented with.
It's come. Come. So, yes. Okay. So, just lift on your right. Mhm. Then they count from 1, 2, 3. Mhm. Okay. Mhm. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Straight. I, Engineer Professor Ayub Gitau, PhD, being appointed as the 9th Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, do swear, affirm that I shall, one, at all times, diligently and truly serve the University of Nairobi community in the office of the Vice Chancellor. Two, undertake to hold the office of the Vice Chancellor with honor and dignity for the good academic and administration management of the University of Nairobi. Three, not diverge directly or indirectly such matters as shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my duties and committed to my secrecy except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as the Vice Chancellor. Faithfully discharge my duties and perform my responsibilities in the said office in accordance with the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the University Act 2012, and amendments thereof, the University of Nairobi Charter 2013, statutes and all other laws of Kenya without fear, favor, affection, or ill will, and perform the functions of my office diligently and to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Um, May I invite the Chair of Council to now formally install the VC. There is a rubric that it is down there. Yeah. Okay. Where was it?
By virtue of the powers vested unto me and functioning on behalf of the Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, I install Professor Ayubu Gitau as the ninth Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. Congratulations.
Makofi tena, please, for that eventful occasion. Thank you. Please be seated. The three of you, please. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. We wish to request Professor Wasamba to kindly approach the podium if you're here. To commend the Vice Chancellor on behalf of the academia. Thank you.
Madam PS, Dr. Inyangala, the Chair of Council, Professor Chacha Nyaigoti, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Ayub Gitau, all dignitaries present, and the university community that's here with me, please join us in welcoming our ninth Vice Chancellor, Professor Ayub Gitau. We are indeed honored. In congratulating Professor Gitau, we would like, as professors, to thank the CS for Education, ably represented by the PS, for supporting us when we visited him and requested to have a substantive Vice Chancellor last year. At the same time, we would wish to thank also the Office of the President, because the professors went up to the Office of Felix Koskei and demanded to get a substantive vice chancellor, and we were promised to get the vice chancellor. We are so thankful, and we thank the Council of the University of Nairobi for conducting a transparent recruitment in which no candidate has gone to court. And in saying that, I would also wish to persuade fellow professors not to be running to court to be a vice chancellor or a deputy vice chancellor, because it stops university from operating for a very long time. And it is, in many cases, a thankless job for which you should not be in court for so many years. As professors of the University of Nairobi, we assure Professor Gitau and the management, he's our own, he's a friend and a colleague, that we shall support him in discharging his mandate, in pursuing the vision and mission of the University of Nairobi. We'll do this by redoubling our effort in research, in extension, in teaching, in networking, in seeking grants, because that is the role of a professor. And we shall provide leadership, including mentorship for young academics and students of the University of Nairobi. To achieve this, we request that the management creates a conducive environment that enables professors to discharge their duties without obstacles. We also expect that the administration will be forward-looking and work to ensure that we are one family in which there is no vendetta against previous administration or any other category of people. We should work together. Finally, as professors, we request Professor Gitau to re-examine the reforms that were undertaken in 2020 so that collectively we can look at what has worked and what has not worked and change what has not worked so that university is stable and focused. As Professor Ayub Gitau agrees, universities' key stakeholders are two: professors and students, and of course others. And if we come together, university can never go wrong. So we shall be on the lookout to support professor and to make sure university does not go back to where it was previously. I thank you all. Thank you.
Chief guest, you know, there is the freedom of speech and the freedom of thought and the intellectual freedom, and you cannot prescribe what a professor says. Let us now listen to the acceptance inaugural speech of the Vice Chancellor. Pigia makofi ya kingi.
Cabinet Secretaries, Honorable Julius Migoza Gambo, CS Education, represented herein by the PS Higher Education, Dr. Beatrice Nyangala, Honorable John Rocco, CS Public Service and Human Capital, former Cabinet Secretary of Higher Education, Professor Jacob Kaimenyi, Permanent Secretaries present, Ms. Sylvia Museya, PS State Department, World Drive, Professor Julius Ojiambo, former Chair of Council, University of Nairobi, University of Nairobi Council members, led by Chair of Council, Professor Chacha Nyegoti Chacha, former Vice Chancellors present, Professor Francis Gishaga, Professor Crispus Kiamba, Professor Peter Mbidi, and Professor Stephen Kiama for the University of Nairobi. Vice Chancellors, Emeritus Chancellors of other universities present, please allow me to read on the protocol so established. Deputy Vice Chancellors present, Principals of constituent colleges, deans, associate deans, directors, chairmen of departments, association of professors, CEOs present, family and friends, UN staff and students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with great humility and a deep sense of responsibility that I accept this appointment as the ninth Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. To lead this great institution is to be entrusted with a remarkable legacy built over decades since 1970 to date. It is a legacy shaped by generations of scholars, students, staff, and partners whose dedication and contribution have established the University of Nairobi as a purposeful university, Kenya's premier university and a catalyst for knowledge creation, innovation, and societal transformation. Every leader's journey invites reflection. For me, that journey began on 14 May 2026 when I was appointed as the ninth Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. I am honored to have earned your confidence, and I pledge to serve this dedication with dedication, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to excellence. I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the University of Nairobi Council, the Chair and the Ministry of Education, and the Public Service Commission for the honor of this appointment and the confidence you have placed in me. I'm deeply appreciative of this recognition and the opportunity to serve. To my parents, thank you for taking a chance on me, even in the most uncertain times, to invest in my education and my future. You have been my constant source of wisdom, strength, and guidance, an ever-flowing fountain from which I have drawn courage and purpose. Whatever I have become today rests firmly upon the foundation you so selflessly built. I stand here today as a reflection of your love, your resilience, and your enduring sacrifices. From the depth of my heart, I'm forever grateful to my siblings. Ours has been a journey of endurance, hope, and great determination. Thank you for walking that journey with me. Could be I can ask Bwana Gitau to stand. Could be that's the only opportunity I have to tell him to stand. So that is our father. Yeah, we can allow you can keep on standing. He was a disciplinarian, and he always taught on us the purpose of serving people and being honest. My mom was very good at educating us and also making sure we move through the Christian direction. So as much as he's 90 plus, he still does his own things. So we pray for my mom. She's not feeling well, otherwise she would have been here. So my brothers and sisters, you can stand up. My relative also stand up. My relatives, my relatives, my uncles, my friends also. So that is the university fraternity. That is my family friends. So whenever I'm not here, that is the team that we are with. My wife, I thought you are one of my family. and my granddaughter is there. So thanks a lot. So my loving wife, Veronica, I sincerely thank you for being a steadfast pillar of support, peace, and encouragement. Your love and care has been a true blessing in my life. I'm deeply grateful to you. To my dear children, Esther and Faith Alice, I'm grateful to share in this important moment with you. Thank you for studying by my side through life challenges and for your unwavering support and understanding that has allowed me to pursue my dreams. I remain deeply grateful and committed to making you proud. To my beloved grandchildren, you are a precious gift and a continuation of this legacy, bringing immense joy and hope for the future. To my friends, thank you for your friendship, encouragement, and steadfast support throughout this journey. To my colleagues, thank you for your professionalism, partnership, and steadfast support throughout our journey together. Working along you has been both an honor and a privilege, and I look forward to what we will accomplish in the coming years. As I look around this esteemed Taifa Hall, I see many proud alumni of the University of Nairobi. The university has produced presidents, chief justices, judges, cabinet secretaries, scholars, innovators, entrepreneurs, and countless leaders who have shaped our nation's story. Our responsibility now is to ensure that the next generation surpasses even our greatest achievement. Leadership is a relay, not a solo race. Each runner passes the baton, ensuring continuity of vision and strength. To the 8 vice chancellors who have led this great university before me, we owe you a profound depth of gratitude. Each of you carried the baton with vision, courage, and dedication, strengthening this institution and leaving a legacy upon which we are proud to standing together on. In particular, I wish to honor Professor Margaret Gisang Hassan, our immediate former acting vice chancellor, who led with grace, steadiness, and resilience during the last 2 turbulent years. Let's clap for the vice chancellor. As I take on this role, one of the most valuable lessons I've learned since assuming office as the vice chancellor is the importance of active listening. These last 65 days, I've had numerous formal and informal engagement with the students, staff, alumni, industrial partners, international communities, and all stakeholders. I've gained an even deeper appreciation of the role the university plays in shaping lives, communities, and futures. This engagement have reinforced my belief that our greatest strength is our people, students, staff, alumni, and partners. I also draw on the strength of lived experience. For over 3 decades, I have grown within the University of Nairobi as a student, lecturer, chair of department, dean of the Faculty of Engineering, and most recent as the acting deputy vice chancellor for academic affairs. Along that journey, I have learned as much from my day-to-day interaction with our students and staff as from the leadership roles I have held. I've witnessed this university's triumphs and challenges firsthand. As the university has evolved, so have I. That shared journey has given me a deep appreciation of our strengths, a clear understanding of our challenges, an unshakable conviction that together we can build an even stronger University of Nairobi. These experiences have not only prepared me To lead this great institution, they have also shaped a clear vision of what we can achieve together. So my vision for the University of Nairobi, the University of Nairobi will shape the future. To position the University of Nairobi as the university that develops visionary leaders, advances transformative knowledge, and inspires innovation that shape the future of Kenya, Africa, and the world. Guided by this vision, my leadership will focus on the following strategic priorities, which I believe are essential to strengthening the University of Nairobi and positioning it for the future. These are anchored in our current strategic plan, 2023-2027, and also our Big Five strategic direction. Number one, student success, welfare, and well-being. At the heart of any university lies its students. Our commitment to student success remains at the center of our academic enterprise. Universities exist because of our students, and their success remains our most important measure of impact. Our students are not just recipients of knowledge, they are the lifeblood of our institution. The reason for our existence, the promise of our future. Student welfare and wellness remain a key priority to the University of Nairobi, where we are facing challenges in staffing, funding, and infrastructure. The UN management remain committed to implementing sustainable measures to enhance the quality of student welfare services. The university continues to strengthen counseling services, expand mental health programs, and promote peer support and student engagement initiatives. Targeted support is provided to vulnerable students through financial aid, work-study programs, and improved accessibility of services. As your Vice Chancellor, I will oversee and advance preparatory work on student academic growth, accommodation, and catering services, including the development of comprehensive concept papers, feasibility studies, and pilot initiatives. These efforts will be geared towards improving service delivery through structured, efficient, and sustainable models that enhance the overall student campus experience. By widening the horizon of our students through holistic support, we prepare them not only to succeed academically, but to thrive as global leaders who drive change in society. Advancing research, innovation, curriculum reform, and competence-based education and training. We continue to strengthen research and innovation that is globally competitive while remaining locally relevant. The future of the university lies on transforming into an entrepreneur and research-intensive powerhouse. I'm pleased to share an exciting initiative that reflects our commitment to nurturing innovation and an entrepreneur mindset among our students. At the start of the upcoming academic year, the university plans to launch a self-paced entrepreneurship course designed to equip our leaders with practical knowledge and skills to identify opportunities, develop innovative solutions, and turn ideas into sustainable ventures. I believe this initiative will empower more students to embrace entrepreneurship, foster creativity, and prepare them to make meaningful contribution to our communities and the economy. I will actively champion research and innovation as core pillars of our institutional strategy, emphasizing evidence-based solutions that address national challenges and drive economic transformation. Innovation is the core engine of solving socioeconomic challenges. In the rapidly changing world, it requires universities to continually reimagine how they prepare graduates for the future. There is need to support students and faculty-led tech incubators to create an entrepreneurial ecosystem. The University of Nairobi cannot remain relatively static where the world rapidly transforms. In advancing curriculum reforms, the university has established state-of-the-art structures and mechanisms to support CBET alignment. This is to ensure our qualifications remains relevant in an era increasingly shaped by technology, AI, and changing labor market demands. The CBET implementation is ongoing, with all faculties undertaking a self-assessment and curriculum review in preparation for full compliance. I will ensure that the university programs are well managed, organized, and continuously reviewed to meet the evolving needs of society and the global academic landscape. As an institution, we will place greater emphasis on developing graduates who possess critical thinking, ethical judgment, entrepreneurial capability, digital fluency, and the ability to navigate complexity. Our graduates must be readers and innovators who distinguish themselves by their ability to think differently, act boldly, and serve selfless. Digital transformation, building the future. Technology is a powerful enabler of our vision. As the Vice Chancellor, I will accelerate the strategic adoption of technology to improve efficiency, strengthen accountability, and enhance service delivery across the university. We have made notable progress in strengthening student record management, upgrading the lecture portal and postgraduate tracking system, and developing a roadmap for modern student management information system. We are also developing a research management system to streamline research administration in postgraduate supervision and grant management by tracking research outputs. Together with our ongoing digital transformation initiatives, this will enhance operational efficiency, reduce delays, and improve the experience of both students and staff. In addition, we will promote the expansion and integration of digital platforms to strengthen communication, reporting, and data-driven decision-making across the university, thereby positioning it as a forward-looking, digitally empowered institution. Infrastructure development. A university greatness is measured not only by its ideas, but also by its infrastructure. We shall invest in modernizing our classrooms, expanding libraries, enhancing infrastructure, ICT infrastructure, to ensure that our physical environments reflect our academic aspiration. I'm thrilled to highlight the upcoming engineering and science complex recently launched by President Ruto and French partners, a landmark project that will transform service provision at the University of Nairobi. It will be a crucible of discovery, state-of-the-art laboratories, lecture halls, and innovation hubs, collaborative spaces, which will provide the environment where ideas ignite, solutions are born, and where Kenya's future is engineered. This complex will empower students and faculty to push boundaries, to innovate, and to serve society in alignment with our Kenya Vision 2030, hence positioning the University of Nairobi as a driver of national development. Staff empowerment and motivation. No institution can rise above the commitments of its people. The University of Nairobi's strength lies not only on its students, but also in its strong and highly qualified human resource. Professors who ignite curiosities, researchers who push boundaries, our administrators who ensure order, support staff who keep the wheels turning. Staff motivation and empowerment remains critical pillars in sustaining productivity and service delivery. We are committed to enhancing staff welfare through transparent motivation systems that recognize performance, dedication, and innovation. I remain convinced that institutional excellence and human well-being are mutually reinforcing. I'm committed to promoting a culture of discipline, respect, and inclusivity, where the welfare of both staff and students is safeguarded. Upholding the university statutes and regulation will remain central to mainstreaming order and integrity within our institution. Furthermore, I will champion the highest standard of professionalism and ethical conduct, ensuring that all staff adhere to the public service values and principles on conduct and ethics. These interventions will be aimed at fostering a motivated, committed, and high-performing workforce that can effectively deliver on the university's mandate. With the recently signed collective bargaining agreement with our three unions, WASU, KUSU, and KUDEIHA, we shall improve the working environment, address workload distribution, enhance training, and support career progression. We shall invest in leadership development, governance training, and exposure to emerging technologies. I'm committed to ensuring that all monies due to staff at the CBAs are processed and disbursed transparently, fairly, and in accordance with the agreed provisions. These interventions will foster a motivated, committed, and high-performing workforce capable of delivering on the university's mandate. As Maya Angelou wisely said, people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Our staff must be valued, respected, and empowered. Alumni engagement and partnership. In collaboration with the University Council, I will work diligently to develop and implement robust strategies, business plans, and annual budgets that are aligned with our mission and long-term aspiration. The University of Nairobi influences extend far beyond its campuses through a growing global network of over 300,000 alumni. We will harness this strength through the University of Nairobi Alumni Association and the University of Nairobi Foundation to build stronger partnership, grow our endowment, and invest in the future of our university. Through my leadership, I will champion innovation across academics, finance, planning, research, and partnership. I believe that through creativity and collaboration, we can unlock new opportunities and drive sustainable growth for the university. The University of Nairobi is well positioned to support the government development agenda, particularly in healthcare, housing, agriculture, bottom-up economic model, youth empowerment, and the growth of macro, small, and medium enterprises through the numerous value chains. In support of the bottom-up economic agenda model, the university will focus on skill development entrepreneurship training, and innovative incubation to empower communities at the grassroots levels. This includes translating research into practical solutions that create jobs and stimulate local economies. All these initiatives will reflect our commitment to innovation, collaboration, and societal transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now speak directly to those who give the university its purpose and its strength. The heart, our students, and the backbone of our institution, our staff. Again, our students, you are the reason we exist and the future we are preparing. Dream boldly, pursue excellence, and make the most of every opportunity this university offers. We believe in your potential and we shall dialogue together. To every member of staff, whether in our lecture theaters, laboratories, libraries, offices, workshops, all across our campuses, thank you for your dedication and service. You are the strength of the university, and your contribution is essential to our success. Together, let us move forward as one university, invited by a shared purpose. It is with this shared purpose that I make the following commitment. My commitment. I recognize that the University of Nairobi stands at a critical path in its journey, one that calls for visionary, innovative, and strategic leadership. I commit to provide direction that will not only strengthen our institutional identity, but also continue to position the university competitively at the national, region, and international arena. Together, we will establish a stronger strategic foundation anchored in academic excellence, innovation, sustainability, transformation, and societal impact. As we put it, as a community, we give hope and we give care. As your Vice Chancellor, I embrace this profound responsibility of being a custodian and champion of the University of Nairobi's vision, protecting its values, advancing its mission, and calling for the collective aspiration of our university community. Ultimately, I accept full responsibility for steering the University of Nairobi towards the achievements of its objectives. I will safeguard the integrity of our institutional records and ensure that all operations align with the University Act, the University Charter, and our university statutes and the rule of law. But a vision of this magnitude cannot be carried by one person. It requires collective ownership and shared commitment. I therefore call upon our faculty, staff and student, alumni, and partners to walk this journey with me. Together we'll build a university that excels in teaching and research, transform lives, and create lasting impact in society. As Helen Keller reminds us, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Let us continue to advance the University of Nairobi as Kenya's premier institution and strengthen its position as a beacon of knowledge, innovation, and service to humanity. I look forward to working with all of you as we shape a bold and brighter future for the University of Nairobi. Together we shall take this university to even greater heights. The university will shape the future. May God bless the University of Nairobi. May God bless Kenya. May God bless all of us. Thank you for listening in. And team, it is now my honor to invite the chair of the University of Nairobi Council, Professor Chacha Nyagoti Chacha, to address the congregation.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. I am going to address all of you, but I'm thinking that since this is a celebration that all of us have been waiting for, I would like to recognize a priori the following people: the chairman of all vice chancellors, if there are vice chancellors here. I think Mugendi, Prof, you'll speak briefly here. There may be some individual universities, our sister universities and friends who may be having some goodwill messages. I will perhaps recline briefly, then you can do that before I speak, because after I speak, I think the representative or chief guest will speak and then we end. So I'm requesting that Professor Mgendi, if you are here, you could just stand, make a statement. I don't know whether there is another place where you can speak, but come here and then recognize your other fellow vice chancellors. And I know that Professor Micheka and some other people might be having messages. Let us allow this their celebration. It's a celebration of the dawns. Karibu sana.
Our guest of honor this morning, PS Dr. Beatrice Inyangara, who is representing our CS. Allow me to line on the protocols already laid down. Colleagues, I want to say I'm standing here on behalf of all the vice chancellors from the public universities. I happen to be their chair, and therefore I'm standing in that capacity. And I want to say that University of Nairobi is an institution that all of us, all the other 45 universities, have a reference to. And therefore, when anything is happening in the University of Nairobi, we feel that we are part of it. I want to say that this is also my alma mater. I started here way back in 1983, before I was uprooted from Kabete and taken to Moi University to start the second university. So I have a lot of bearing for this institution. I would also want to say that University of Nairobi, I'm the Vice Chancellor of University of Embu, and the University of Nairobi mentored us. We are constituent college of Nairobi University, and they really mentored us, and they mothered us to become who we are today at the University of Embu. So we have a lot of respect for this great institution. I would want to ask the Vice Chancellors who are here, please, to stand up and come here. Vice Chancellors, principals of the constituent colleges, if you are here, I'm being requested that you come briefly, as we have been told the celebrations. So please come quickly. We are all very young, so you can come quickly. So I would want to say, on behalf of these vice chancellors, we are very, very happy to come and stand with our brother as he is getting installed today. And we really feel part and the parcel of this institution. I will ask them to say a sentence or two. Those are the instructions so that then we continue. Let's start with Kamau Gamau.
Good morning. Kamau Gamau is my name, Vice Chancellor, the Cooperative University of Kenya. And I'm here to bring our hearty congratulations to Professor Ayub Gitau on his installation as the 9th Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, which is also my alma mater. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Professor Engineer Mutua, the Vice Chancellor of the Technical University of Kenya, a small child of the University of Nairobi. My brother Ayub Gitau, my colleague as an engineer, come to the firing squad so that we shape this great university. Congratulations.
Good morning, all protocols observed. My name is Professor Leila Abubakar. I'm the Vice Chancellor of Technical University of Mombasa, and I happen also to be a professor of University of Nairobi. And I was actually loaned to Technical University of Mombasa by this great university. Mine is just to take this opportunity to really congratulate and thank our new Vice Chancellor and also the Deputy Vice Chancellor who have now been appointed. We believe now that there will be stability in this university, and we look forward to working and praying for our alma mater. Asanteni, and may God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is John Kimenjo, and we are the youngest baby in the mentorship cycle of the University of Nairobi. I'm coming as the acting principal of Nyandarua University College, a college that is studying very firm, founded on the strength of the University of Nairobi. Congratulations, Engineer Professor Ayub Gitau. You are one of the members of the University of Nairobi who decided that Nyandarua County should have a university. And you went beyond the call of duty to lay the foundation on which Nyandarua University College is studying. God bless the University of Nairobi. God bless all the babies that the University of Nairobi is nurturing. And together we shall make the difference that the world is expecting of us. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. My name is Professor Ruth Chepkemboi Choge from Koitalel Samoei University College, a constituent college of the University of Nairobi. I am the Deputy Principal Acting. I'm representing our Principal, Professor Winston Akala, who was not able to come to this meeting today. From Koitalel Samoei University College, we are mentored by the University of Nairobi, and we are actually on the footsteps to greatness, just like our mentor university. Today, I bring a message of goodwill and congratulations to Engineer Professor Ayub Gitau for this great milestone in the University of Nairobi, him as a person and also as the Vice Chancellor, who is also our Vice Chancellor by extension. We are grateful for this undertaking that God has enabled us to witness in our time. And We say congratulations and may God bless you and bless the entire university with all the constituent colleges. We continue in the steps of mentorship. Thank you very much.
Our PS, my, my mentor who mentored me at Commission for University Education, now the chairman of the Council of University of Nairobi. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Professor Bulitia Godric Matthews. I stand here representing my Vice Chancellor, Masai Mara University. I serve as a Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Academic and Student Affairs. And I also stand here as the Chief Project Coordinator of Tongji Kenya College of Elite Engineers, which actually is being hosted at this university. And we expect that come September this year, we are going to have the first maybe launch guided by the ministry. And we are making all the preparation to ensure that all that happens. Is going to be a collaboration of about 15 universities who are all uh, mounting engineering courses. We want to come up with unique programs, just to name a few: environmental engineering, transportation engineering, AI engineering, and the conventional engineering that you know about. I want to appreciate my mentor, my mom, Professor Margaret Hutchinson, who worked with me in the street of Shanghai, and some of the professors. We have also the CEO of EBK, that is our sister, who actually is also coordinating that. And in this case, I want first of all to congratulate, and on behalf of the University Masai Mara, to congratulate the appointment of Professor Engineer Joroge Kitau for this appointment. And I'm very sure that you have the right person. And I'm convinced that God's timing is the best, and this is the time. God bless you.
Um, we therefore want to take this opportunity to welcome Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau to our group as Vice Chancellors. We are we call it the Vice Chancellors. And as you know, university, but when we are together, we are able to surmount those challenges. And we are all in Kenya, we know what is happening. And I want to tell you that there is strength in numbers. And therefore, we want to welcome our brother to this wagon, and we will continue supporting one another. Thank you very much. God bless you. We'll take a photo with him before we disappear.
Are you able to speak? Then how long is your speech? Because we are running out of time. Keep time management. This is the only chancellor who is here. So there is another chancellor. Prof. Shaga, your chancellor? No. No, not. Oh, okay. You are the only one. I'll actually take about 30 seconds, really. Okay. My name is Ratemu Micheka, former Vice Chancellor JKU Watt, actually the founding VC, JKU Watt. And now I bring greetings to the University of Nairobi, Professor Getau. And on behalf
assume all the protocol observed, IPS plus the others. On behalf of the university, Tharaka University, which is in the mountains of eastern Kenya, I stand here as a chancellor to bring this message in combination with the Kenya National Academy of Sciences, to which I'm the president. On behalf of the Governing Council of the Kenya National Academy of Sciences and Chancellor of Tharaka University, I extend my warmest congratulations to you, Prof, on your appointment as the ninth Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. This well-deserved appointment to our Kenyan Premier University is a testimony to your distinguished academic career, exemplary leadership, and sovereign integrity and a steadfast commitment to advancing higher education, research, innovation, and a service to society. As you assume this appointment, Prof, and the responsibility, I'm confident that your wealth of experience will inspire the university community to maintain great milestone in the university management. Please, Prof, accept our best wishes to you as you embark on this new chapter of leadership. May your tenure market the transformation and achievement of this university. We wish you, sir, every success as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi and look forward to working with you, positive impact to your leadership in advancing the university's mission and vision. Signed, Professor Atemo Micheka, Professor Emeritus, plus several other accolades. And sir, I thank you, and thank you, sir.
That's fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Professor Micheka. Madam PS is not back, but she is ably representing our chief guest, whom I want to recognize, Honorable Julius Migos Ogamba. I would like to also recognize Honorable Waziri Wangu Jacob Kaimenyi, who served in this university, and I'm told he's inside this place. I will request that you speak after I have finished my speech, because you will be called by the lady representing the minister. But I wanted people to know that you are inside here, and that together with Professor Francis Geshaga and many other leaders, including Professor Peter Mbithi, this is your day, because this institution is actually our institution. I'm told there may be some government leaders here, PSS, but more specifically, I would like to recognize the presence of the council members of the University of Nairobi Council. I wish that you stand for people to note, because my next statement is going to be about you. Thank you very much. Those are my council members. I think because of time, we shall not ask them to come here. You can wave so that people know that this university is in safe hands. Asante sana. One of the members was telling me that they are my sheep. I have to herd them very well and shepherd them. I want to assure this congregation that the council is well placed now, and with the support from the ministry as well as the public service, which has a role It is our great opportunity today to celebrate some of the milestones of this enduring council. Asanteni sana. I want to recognize specifically, I don't know whether Professor Crispus Kiamba is here, Professor Peter Mbithi, I saw you, Professor Francis Geshaga, Professor Stephen Kiama. This institution has been under your able hands, and several other people who spearheaded this place right from the time many individuals came here during colonial times and later on independence, and more specifically, during the time when we gained our freedom from the larger University of East Africa. That is 1970. Some individuals in this room, including myself, witnessed that period. The period, of course, when we had our Kenyan Vice Chancellor taking over from Mzungu, called Porter. This university has existed and it will exist in perpetuity. It is going to be here, and therefore the ceremony that we have witnessed today is a ceremony that will run perpetually. Every now and then we will witness the change of God. Every now and then we will witness people giving the baton to the next runner. Since our country is a country of runners, you know, when you are doing the relay, the baton for you to win as a team of 4 runners, it must be held very firmly by that person who is giving it and the one who is taking it from the next, the earlier. Ninawakaribisha sana. Nawakaribisha katika chuo chetu kikuu, chuo ambacho kina mizizi mikuu ambayo ilioteshwa zamani sana. This hall, this Taifa Hall. Taifa means the nation. And that recognition, when this hall was given that name, it was meant to be a historic hall. And today we have witnessed one of the events that are expected to take place in this hall. Some of the lighter events which some of you may have witnessed, I witnessed it here over 50 years ago. This was where we used to hold the Freshers' Ball. I hope those who are coming in September or the time we are inviting them, they will have a Freshers' Ball. I'll be very happy to attend that wonderful dance when the freshmen are introduced to the tenets and the brand of this university. We have to serve in this university with the highest level of integrity, because the University of Nairobi is governed by the Constitution of Kenya, because we belong here. We were established as an independent, self-governing institution in 1970. And since that time, we have continued remaining very loyal to the Constitution of our great nation. We are also very clear followers of the tenets of the University Act and the University of Nairobi statutes and charter. These are not decorations. These are instruments of governance which all of us are expected to obey and serve in our respective roles with a lot of integrity. The council, current council, holds the autonomy and the reputation of this university, spearheaded by earlier people who served in that council. And I pause here to specifically recognize one of the great chairpersons of this university, who is in our midst, Professor Julia Jambo, the lady who served here with the dedication and the integrity. I want you to applaud her and recognize that those who have served, who may be in this room in various councils, this is our university. This is your legacy. And congratulations, Professor Julio Jambo, for attending this occasion in person. The spirit of today of installation must be understood. Professor Gitau does not arrive in this office by accident. The process, Professor, through which you are sourced was a process of transparency, competitiveness. Indeed, you attended your interviews along with some of the men and women who are in this room. Some might not be in this room, but all of you that time, you were expecting that you'll be identified as the winner of this great position. The three arms that play a significant role did their part. The public service advertised, individuals who felt like they were able applied, you were shortlisted, you were interviewed. Results were communicated to the council. The council did consultations as is required by law with the cabinet secretary, and finally, all of us approved that recommendation of putting you at the helm of this institution should be sanctioned. And therefore, we undertook every aspect of our step to be able to reach today's installation. Congratulations. Stay in this university, holding the position you are holding with full confidence. You joined this university in 2002. You have grown among colleagues. You have taught. You have done research. You have mentored people. You will still be seeing those people around. But now you are the CEO. And on our behalf, and on behalf of all those who care about the brand of this university, we are expecting that you reign here, principally without fear or favor. For that is the hallmark of leadership. When some of us, including Professor Micheka, my twin brother, were being ushered into these responsibilities, we were told that leadership is an art. And since this university has had an arts program, an architectural program, a drama program, you know that in order to succeed, you must learn all the rudiments of how to mix colors, of how to mitigate voices and sounds, and on how to ensure that there is congruency and aesthetics. We want this university to have peace. We want this university to have tranquility. We want this university to stay afloat and produce scholars, researchers, educators who will mentor the current generation and the future generation. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the University of Nairobi Council and the management of the University of Nairobi, which Professor Gitau is now fully in charge of, to tell the charlatans and the busybodies, give us a break. Let this university settle. Let this university be the University of Nairobi, the university that has produced many individuals, men and women, serving in various dockets all the way, including our head of state, including many individuals who are serving in various university councils and leading various management of universities. This is the mother university of this country. And joined by the other two, we were the trio, the University of Dar es Salaam, Makerere University, and the University of Nairobi. But we always now, those of us who went to school here, who taught here, including myself, and who now return to manage in our various capacities, some as vice chancellors, deputy vice chancellors, and others as council members, members of Senate. Our agenda is let us work. God created space for each one of us. Those of you who are working in this university, some of you we have employed at different levels. The appointment we have now witnessed, the installation of a new CEO. Mr. CEO, you should be aware that the people you'll be in charge of will be some who are cleaning our space in order for it to have the brand of the University of Nairobi. There will be others who are making food, which people, when they come here, both visitors and our students and staff, will be enjoying. You'll be responsible for some individuals in the laboratories and workshops, some people in the farms. They cut across all disciplines. This is the university which actually can claim that every profession is found here. We have lawyers, we have doctors, and Ayubu, professor. These are the people whom we are giving you. Some of them went to school before you. Some of them went to school during the time you taught them. And some of them are coming because, as veterinary science tells us, as a university, we must always have replacement stocks. And I have sung this song. The hallmark of the university are the students. And the students whom you are nurturing here will hold and uphold and proclaim the good name and the good brand of this university. We wish you well. The council wishes to announce itself that we shall work with you. We expect you to be forthright, to be vigilant, and to know that you are on your own when it will come to the regime of evaluating you and making a decision about whether you should continue serving as a CEO, or even when you will have finished your first 5 years, to make a decision whether you will be renewed. So you are not building anybody's name here. You are building your name as the Vice Chancellor as a deserving leader of a great university, a university with a history, a university with a brand, a university with an array of various individuals who have been here before, including those who are serving in the alumni association, as well as the University of Nairobi Foundation. And we have proclaimed ourselves to revive certain areas, including the University of Nairobi Press. All these are the things which will sell our prowess. We stand here. We want to pronounce our commitment, and we want to support you when you implement and take charge without the two F's. I repeat, without fear or favor, looking forward, being just, but also making sure that you keep some other F's. Keep the faith. The faith of this university is we belong here. We are not strangers here. And through our belonging, every one of us has a role to play, and we shall play it. But another F, all of us as members of this family of the University of Nairobi, we must maintain the greatest F in the world: friendship, fraternity. We must be together as a family, always being proud. And it starts with the university students, the lecturers, and the various members of our workers. Let's own this university. This is our university. We are here. It's not an accident. So the last F that you must always have, keep the focus. Some people say when you keep the focus, you keep your eyes on the ball. You are being inaugurated during the season of FIFA World Cup, and you have seen those teams which keep their eyes on the ball, they keep moving forward. And those which sometimes put their eyes away from the ball, they are suffering the agony of having to leave the venue of the tournament with their heads bowed down because they will not be declared winners. We want to declare you a winner, and we want to declare everybody here a winner. Students clap. Everybody, including students, we must be winners. We must get our degrees on time. There will be no season of missing marks. And the masters and PhD students must finish on time. If a master's degree takes 18 months, they should finish within 18 months. If a PhD takes 4 or 5 years, they must finish. That's the only way I can, principally, feel myself fulfilled for I hold a first-class honors degree from this university. And I want everybody who walks into this university to say, I am proud I work at the University of Nairobi, and I am proud I go to school at the University of Nairobi. We are going to be celebrating you, Professor Gitau, throughout this week. And on behalf of my council, I want to inform you that we are preparing your performance contract. And within that contract, you will commit yourself to some of the key result areas. Those key results areas will be performance targets. They will have performance targets. And we shall be calling upon you, together with your team, supported by deputy vice chancellors, and all deans, chairpersons of councils, heads of departments, and directors, whatever nomenclature you use to describe these people who work here. We are here as council, and we mean business. We are going to make this university the University of Nairobi. Lastly, you recall that I am from literature background. And in literature, we were reading so many books, plays, in drama, novels, poems. I will cite one little line of a poem of a great man I honor, on whose work I earned my master's from this university. Abdulatif Abdallah, Professor Emeritus from Bayreuth University. He has a poem, he has several poems. You can read my book, it's published by the University of Dar es Salaam Press. He said, bado safari ni ndefu, wasafiri tusichoke. Ayubu, you hear that? Bado safari ni ndefu, wasafiri tusichoke. But he went on in another poem to say, liwalo liwe la kuwa, ndilo litakalo kuwa. Some of you, especially from Nyanza, will say, hiyo Swahili sijui. Hiyo Swahili. So I'll literally translate. Let it be that which must be, for that is what will be. So we are here, and we are going to do what must be done, for that is what we were brought here to do. And then lastly, Shakespeare. Shakespeare said, the world is a stage in one of his plays. It has entrances and exits. We human beings, we enter, we stay on this stage. I have acted on this stage. I've acted on Education Theatre, the National Theatre, the stage. If your role, when you are ushered in, begins and you're supposed to end with a sentence like, let's go home. When you say, let's go home, then you are exiting and somebody else is entering. Hiyo kiti ambayo tumekupa leo ilikaliwa na watu wengine, wameonyeshwa hapa. Kuna wengine including my mentor, the late Professor Maina Mungai, for whom I owe a lot of my successful academic career. He was here. Professor Philip Mbithi was here. Of course, our VC was here, Karanja, the first VC of this university. There has been Kiamba here. Magoha has been here. The second Mbithi, the young Mbithi, has been here. Each one of them was playing their role on this stage. You know, when we come to the stage, you are the audience, and you are the ones who can confirm that indeed, if that was a character called Julius Caesar, on that stage, he acted as Julius Caesar. There are some Julius Caesars who are fake, and there are so many of them. Don't be fake, Ayub Gitau. Those who were before you did their part. You are not building their legacy. Build yours and let all these people support you. Kwa hayo mambo machache, ni furaha yangu kutangaza kwamba kutawadhwa kwa huyu ndugu Ayub Gitau ni mwanzo wa safari yetu, kwa sababu nimemwambia bado safari ni ndefu, wasafiri tusichoke. And we all thank you for having accepted to come and be witnesses of this ceremony. And therefore, in front of you, this gentleman has taken an oath and he has confirmed that he will serve this great university to the greatest and highest heights of excellency, integrity, honor. Kwaherini sana. Asante. Now it's my single honor to invite our great peers, Dr. Beatrice Nyangala, to come and speak and give the speech that the chief guest was going to give. Also speak on her own because she indeed is part and parcel of this university because she manages us. Karibu sana peers. But,
So I'm here to ably represent the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education, Honorable Julius Migos Ogamba, but I'm also here on my own behalf. And before I read the Cabinet Secretary's speech, I wish to congratulate Professor Gitau in a special manner. And as you know, I do not work alone. I work with an army that I work with. And so my vice chancellors and the council members, please join me on stage to, congratulate Professor in a special way. And this is a celebration, but I don't get the vibe. There's something missing. So I want us all to stand in song and dance and celebrate with our new vice chancellor. Okay. You started it, huh? Menitoa mbali. Menitoa mbali.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have delegated the leadership of this university to these men and women, the council members. So let's just say their names, then they'll go and sit.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Mary Amuyunzu Nyamongo. Just to congratulate the VC, Professor Gitau, and to thank the predecessors who were there before him. And thank you, Dr. Inyangala. May God bless you as you start, Dr. Gitau. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Milton Kura Njuki, alternate to the PS Higher Education. I congratulate the Vice Chancellor on his inauguration. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Jonathan Odompui, and I take this opportunity to thank the peers and also welcome the new Vice Chancellor. And we are proud to be with you this morning. Thank you.
I think this day would not be complete if we could not acknowledge a man who played a great role in the leadership of this university, but also at the ministry, Professor Kaimeni.
Madam PS, Daktari, should I say Doctari? Daktari Beatrice Inyangala, representing the CS for Education. Allow me, Madam, to say, in the Kenyan style, all protocols observed. Some of you have forgotten I served this university as a DVC for 9.5 years. Then I became your boss in the Ministry of Education. Subsequent to that, I became your ambassador in Belgium. And because I've not seen some people for many years, so can we greet each other in the air? And because this is a celebration, madam, allow me just to say one or two extra points in a support what has been said here. First, I want to add my chorus, my voice in congratulating Engineer Professor Gitau. Makofi tena Akiro. I listened to a gentleman. First of all, he took an oath of allegiance. It is one thing to take an oath and another thing to live it. The other thing I noted, my brother has a great vision for this university. Again, it's good to have a good vision and another to implement it. The expectations, mine and Kenyans in general, are very high, Professor Gitau, including your boss, who talked very well here, the chairman of council. Please don't let us down. I see him as a new broom together with the council. They haven't been here for a long time. Our expectation is that they will sweep better than those who have been there before. my parting shot, Madam Pierce and all other distinguished guests here. This institution has a very rich alumni, as was mentioned by Professor Nyaigoti Church. But we are, in my view, strong considered opinion, we are not using them adequately to be impactful to our development. How can we have a president, prime cabinet, literally the entire cabinet, they came through this university? Indeed, I would have liked to see them, one of them today here, if not some. God bless this great institution. It has been described as the mother. I jokingly say the grandmother of this university, known for its very good and great traditions. You have heard what the chairman of council was talking about. Chief among those traditions was the mobile theater of the University of Nairobi. And not only that, this place has always been known, Taifa Hall, as a haven of public lectures. So what became of them? So can we return the river to its course? With those many remarks, it's a great honor to have been asked to talk to you, retired but not tired. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kaimeni. I will read the speech of the Cabinet Secretary. Honorable Geoffrey Ruku, CS, Public Service and Human Capital, who is following and with us today. Our host today, the chairperson of the University Council of Nairobi, Professor Chacha Nyaigoti Chacha, former CS, Professor Kaimeni, former PS with us here today, Dr. Willie Songa, chancellors of other universities present today, former vice chancellors, former DVCs, former chairs, Dr. Julia Ojambo, members of the University Council, members of the diplomatic corps who have joined us today, our vice chancellors, led by the chair of the Vice Chancellor's Committee, Professor Daniel Mugendi, VC University of Embu, Deputy Vice Chancellors of the University of Nairobi, members of the Senate, partners of the University of Nairobi, captains of industry and business, and I recognize the CEO of Shelter Afrique, faculty, staff, and students, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. There are moments in the life of a nation when history quietly turns a page, moments when institutions shape the destiny of a people, when visionary leadership transforms generations, and when the decisions we make today write a new chapter for tomorrow. Today, ladies and gentlemen, is one such moment. It gives me great pleasure to join you at the University of Nairobi, Kenya's premier institution of higher learning, as we witness the installation of Professor Ayub Gitau, the 9th Vice Chancellor of this great university. Professor Gitau, allow me, on behalf of the Ministry of Education and the Government of Kenya, to extend my heartfelt congratulations on your appointment. Join me in congratulating Professor Gitau. Today is not merely the culmination of an academic career. It is the reward for decades of unwavering commitment, intellectual
discipline, perseverance, and service. It is a reflection of countless sacrifices made, opportunities seized, challenges overcome, and a lifetime devoted to the pursuit of knowledge. Professor Gitau, your installation today stands as the epitome of academic excellence, a testament to what is possible when talent is matched with diligence, integrity, and purpose. This moment is also very deeply personal to his family, to your dear wife, your children, your parents, siblings, relatives, and friends. This honor belongs to you as well. Please celebrate him. We know that behind every accomplished leader is a family that has quietly borne the weight of long hours, missed celebrations, demanding schedules, and the countless personal sacrifices that leadership inevitably requires. You, as a family, have been Professor Gitau's source of strength during seasons of uncertainty, his encouragement in moments of doubt, and his steadfast companions throughout a remarkable academic journey. Today, as the university celebrates Professor Gitau's achievement, we equally celebrate you as a family whose love, patience, and unwavering support helped make this moment possible. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we gather here to entrust the stewardship of Kenya's oldest and most distinguished university to a new generation of leadership. This ceremony is therefore more than the assumption of office by the Vice Chancellor. It is the reaffirmation of a national promise that the University of Nairobi shall continue to illuminate minds, expand the frontiers of knowledge, and shape the destiny of our republic. Professor Ayub Gitau, today you mark a watershed in your distinguished academic journey. But more importantly, it is a very important moment in the continuing story of this great institution. The mantle we are passing to you today opens many avenues. You inherit lecture halls that have produced great presidents and Nobel laureates. You inherit laboratories where discoveries have improved lives. You inherit traditions built by generations of scholars who understood that universities exist not simply to preserve knowledge, but to create it. This responsibility is immense, but so are the opportunities. You assume office at a defining moment for higher education, not only in Kenya, but across the world. Artificial intelligence is redefining learning. Climate change is reshaping research priorities. Digital technologies are transforming economies. The careers our students will pursue tomorrow may not even exist today. In such an age, universities cannot afford to prepare students merely for the jobs of today. They must prepare them to create the opportunities of tomorrow. Allow me, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to speak briefly on governance issues. As you start your new role, Professor Gitau, you will quickly discover that if you have, and that is if you have not already done it, that the strength of a vice chancellor is not measured by how many decisions he makes alone. It is measured by his ability to build institutions and systems that continue to work effectively. Work closely with your management board, protect the mandate and academic authority of Senate, listen to your deans, directors, and heads of departments, and follow the strategic guidance of the University Council. I encourage you to cultivate a culture of integrity, accountability, evidence-based decision-making, and prudent stewardship of public resources. We are standing here in a university that has over 200 billion resource base. And so, as we hand this to you, Professor Gitau, our expectation is that you will not only guard these assets jealously, but that you will grow this resource base. And the main pillars will be cost containment and diversification of funding streams. But one of the greatest assets of this university is not just its buildings or balance sheet. It is indeed its people, each and every one seated here today and following across the country. It's found in these people, their ideas, their reputation. Within this institution resides one of the richest concentration of intellectual capital on the African continent. And I am happy, Professor Gitau, that you have prioritized staff welfare. As a State Department for University Education, we shall support you fully. And I want to announce to the academics and staff seated here today that your arrears will be paid not far from today. And as we work together, Professor Gitau, my challenge is simple yet profound. Do everything in your power to unlock the great potential of the men and women seated here today. Position the University of Nairobi not merely as a center of academic excellence, but as a globally competitive innovation ecosystem. Strengthen the commercialization of research so that discoveries made in your laboratories generate products, patents, industries, and jobs. Expand your consultancy services and professional training programs to position the university as the partner of choice. As you know, the greatest opportunity lies in research. For far too long, some of our finest research has ended where it should have begun, with a journal publication, a conference presentation, or a report carefully filed away on a library shelf. This must be stretched far so that the final destination of research becomes innovation. The University of Nairobi should become the place where Kenya's next breakthrough in artificial intelligence is born, where new pharmaceuticals are discovered, where climate-smart agricultural technologies are developed, where fintech solutions transform financial inclusion, and the next generation of globally competitive enterprises take root. The University of Nairobi must not simply produce graduates, it must produce innovators. It must not simply generate research, it must generate solutions. It must not merely educate minds, it must transform the nation. I have every confidence that under your leadership, this is a challenge that you are ready to embrace. Give him a clap to encourage him. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the future of any nation is built not on the wealth beneath the soil, but on the knowledge, skills, and ingenuity of its people. That is why the government remains unwavering in its commitment to strengthening higher education as a catalyst for Kenya's social and economic transformation. Over the past few years, we have embarked on bold reforms to reposition our universities as globally competitive centers of learning, research, and innovation. We are investing in modern research infrastructure, expanding digital learning ecosystems, strengthening partnerships with industry, enhancing research commercialization, and implementing reforms that will ensure our institutions remain financially sustainable and academically relevant in a rapidly changing world. At the heart of these reforms lies one fundamental principle. Every deserving Kenyan child should have the opportunity to pursue higher education, regardless of their family background and their financial status. Mr. Vice Chancellor, Kenya stands at the threshold of one of the most significant educational transformations since independence, the rollout of the competency-based education. This is a system where our children will learn, but also our universities must teach, innovate, and prepare graduates for the future. The first CBE learners will soon walk through the gates of our universities with a different educational mindset, indeed, different expectations. And so we look at this university as a leader. And this is your moment to position the University of Nairobi as the national benchmark for CBE in higher education. Let history record that when Kenya embarked on this transformational journey, the University of Nairobi did not merely respond, it led. Mr. Vice Chancellor, as the government creates opportunities for students to access higher education, the responsibility of universities becomes even greater. Access without quality is not enough. Admission without transformation is not enough. Graduation without innovation is not enough. Our universities must produce graduates who are equipped to create new industries, solve national challenges, and lead Africa into the future. That responsibility now rests in no small measure on your shoulders, Professor Gitau. Leadership, therefore, is not simply an office, it is a sacred trust. As the scripture in James 1:5 reminds us, if any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives generously to all without finding fault. There will be moments when competing interests seek your attentions. Students will have expectations. Staff will raise legitimate concerns. Government will pursue national priorities. Alumni will have aspirations. Industry will demand relevant skills, while society will look to this great university for solutions to some of our most pressing challenges. In those moments, I urge you to seek wisdom before popularity, principle before convenience, and the long-term interests of this great university before the pressures of the present. For leadership is not about satisfying every voice. It is about discerning the right path when many voices compete for your attention. Much has been entrusted to you today, not simply an office, but a community of scholars and the hopes of generations of young Kenyans whose futures will be shaped by the decisions you make. Professor Gitau, lead with courage, lead with humility, lead with integrity, and above all, lead with wisdom. To the University Council, the Senate, members of staff, students, alumni, partners, allow me to say this. The future of the University of Nairobi is a shared responsibility. Professor Gitau cannot walk this journey alone. Support him with honesty, advise him with wisdom, challenge him with respect. And where difficult decisions are made through the university's lawful governance structures, let us unite behind the greater good of this institution. When we pull in different directions, we weaken a great university. When we pull together, we build a great nation. The Ministry of Education remains committed in this journey. We will continue working closely with the University Council, the management, faculty, and all stakeholders as we strengthen higher education, deepen research, expand innovation, and prepare our universities for the opportunities of the future. I thank you all. God bless Professor Gitau. God bless the University of Nairobi. God bless Kenya. Congratulations once more, Professor Gitau.
Makofi. Thank you very much. In the spirit of celebration, may I request that we tweak the program a bit just so that we take the official photos and then we move forward to take the vote of thanks. The first set of photographs, the Vice Chancellor, please be joined by the Chair of Council and the Principal Secretary. Proceed. There is a request for just a timeout. So that's the first three. Professor Gitau, I saw your profile, it's possible to actually dance and celebrate. Let's just smile and take that photo. Yeah, I saw the NYS memoirs as well. Yeah. Okay, Asante. This name will be embedded by the next set, which if they stay, please let us have members of the University of Nairobi Council, Council Member Londumpoi, Council Member Njuki, and Council Member Nyamongo, please. Council Member Emeritus, Professor Julia, please join kindly. Thank you for cooperation. You may balance both in terms of gender, but also height. NYS, we had the right marker, and London Poi is clearly the right marker. Thank you. Again, please let us put a smile to the occasion. Please move. Councilmember Nyamongo, please move so that we have balanced on the platform. Asante sana. So please look up to the lens of the camera with a smile there. Thank you very much. May I request kindly the council members to resume their seats. Thank you. Engineer Gitau, you confirmed that your wife is a member of your family. I want to believe that she will not let you down. Please kindly join us. Engineer Gitau's wife, together with his dad and the nuclear family, please njooni huku juu tutakapiga picha. Karibuni. ametukumbusha kwamba kulikuwa na mmoja wa disciplinarian na mwingine alikuwa ni wenye elimu. Please come. Is Dad able to come? Because we need him here. Where is Dad? Asante. Karibuni, karibuni. The grandchildren, tafadhali. Haya, haya. Haya, haya. Let us celebrate for that. Haya. Makofi sana na tena zaidi. Asante. Umesemaje? Ile deep state, eh? Karibu. Aha. Smile iko kweli, eh? Haya. Thank you very much. Mapigie makofi. There's another one. Haya. Sasa hiyo ni confirmation, eh? Umeona amemshika mkono ama bado? Engineer, you can just relax and I thought she deserves a hug, ama? Haya. I might get a staff movement, so I better watch out, yeah. Thank you very much, madam, for your cooperation. Again, now in the spirit of family, may I request the Deputy Vice Chancellors to please join me. Deputy Vice Chancellors, you know you're a Deputy Vice Chancellor. Please come and let us join. Vice Chancellor, there is a need for evidence that you have a team that delivers. You know, you have been our captain as deans. May I invite the deans present? And you know, I have always said that this is usually the time to take my roll call. So the Dean Faculty of Agriculture, Dean Nyangito, the Dean Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, I was at Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, Dean Odhiambo, Dean Faculty of the Built Environment, Professor Owiti, Dean Faculty of Business and Management Sciences, Professor Kennedy Ogola, the Dean Faculty of Education, Professor Kalai, the Dean Faculty of Engineering, Professor Mumenya, the Dean Faculty of Law, Professor Winfred Kamau, represented by Professor Odote, the Dean Faculty of Science and Technology, Professor Francis Nyongesa, the Dean Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Professor Jackson Ombui, please. Yeah, there is guidance there, please. Yes. The lawyer is asking, how do you create a curve? But that is okay. Again, the signature smile of the dean. Okay. While they are there, the associate deans that are in the house, please approach. You know you're an associate dean and you have a valid letter of appointment. Please approach. Remember, I've said this before. This is usually my record of attendance. We just also want to digitize by photograph. Thank you very much. Clap for them for supporting the Vice Chancellor in implementing his performance contract, as well as the vision of the University of Nairobi. Umbongi enda tu pale, please. The Director Research and Innovation, I saw you. Si nimesema associate dean waingie, si ndio? Ama si they usually work as a team. Yeah. Mnataka yenyu separately. We take one together. Remember, I'm building a team, a delivery team, and we do not want parallel structures. So for now, please join the deans. Remember, that's how it works. And then the PS, they have petitioned for their own. But for now, let us have one with the associate deans, the deans and associate deans. Make sure that you are seen, Sheila Okoth. Hakikisha umeonekana. Asante. I was calling out for the Director Research and the Director IPMO. Then yeah, Asante. So the associate deans have petitioned successfully a photo on their own. Thank you. The associate deans. Associate deans support the function of both undergraduate studies, but also research and postgraduate student pathway. So when we talk about completion rates, when we talk about scholarship, they are just accepting that they will deliver on the vision of the University of Nairobi under the team leadership of the Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much. Members of UEB, please. Members of UEB, you know you're a member of UEB, please approach. First call. Members of UEB, second call. Okay. We're finalizing on the internal structures, and then we'll go back to the former vice chancellors, CEOs, and yeah. So if you know you're a member of UEB and I am one, we will take the photo. As they retreat and we remain with the top three, may I now request the vice chancellors present, all the vice chancellors present, all the former vice chancellors present, as well as the CEOs. First call. You know, you're a vice chancellor of a university accredited in this great nation of ours. Please approach. Oh, I understand that the army is set and they can actually grant us a celebratory tune as we do this so that members can relax. Karibu. So are we all set? Yes. Presently serving vice chancellors. Yeah, the key is to smile in celebration. Yeah. Si tuwapigie makofi eh? Wametuheshimu na wakakuja. Asante, asante. Please take your seats. May I, with humility, request the former vice chancellors to please approach. Tuwapigie makofi. Engineer Dual, sasa mbona tena hivi, and you have our gown. Karibu. Mpigie makofi engineer pia Yeah. Asante, asante. Karibu. Karibu. Asante. Haya. Engineer Gitau, what is your preference? You like the engineer to be near you? What's your preference? Yeah, okay. Asante. Haya. Okay. Grant me permission, PS. Grant me permission, PS, to grant me permission to have a photo with your photo with the CS, previous CS education, Professor Kaimenyi, I'm sorry, who standard. I have also seen PS Songa, Wilson Songa, please approach. Please approach. Professor Kaimenyi, we are building on the foundation that you laid on as DVC Academic Affairs, and so please be part of the history here. Oh, okay. Sawa. Asante. It depends on the atomic number, I think here. Haya. Asanteni sana. History information. Asanteni. The top three, please stay there. Stay put, the top three. May I request the officials of the Kudaiha Union to please approach. If you're an official of Kudaiha Union or Staff Union, please. Okay, you come back. Please, I have been advised that we take a special photo with Professor Francis Gishaga. Please, may I request that here we do that. Asante. Which fathers? Okay. Thank you. I understand that Professor Gitau's father has also assumed his seat, and so we'll manage from there. Yeah. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Engineer Professor Francis Gishaga served the university faithfully. I've been made aware that he is still active as a member of staff. Makofi tena, makofi zaidi. Asante. may I request that you stay there and allow Professor Gitau's father to come, please. Ndio huyu alikuwa amekaa nje. I've been advised that he was away when we were taking the photo. Yeah. Karibu dad. Makofi, 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 makofi. Asante, asante sana. Engineer, yeah. It is legendary. Yeah. Thank you very much. It is an honor. Asante, asante, asante. Asante. Makofi zaidi. Makofi, makofi tena. Makofi zaidi. Asante, asante. So as he retreats, and if we can just then, please let me have the big three. The big three. Yeah. May I have the top four? Actually, top four, please come. PS, please come back with the party. Vice Chancellor, please resume. Chair of Council, please, you promised to. Okay. Kuja. We have not finished the sessions. Please, I requested that Chair of Professor. Yeah. Thank you very much for being very sensitive and adaptable. Vice Chancellor, the Chair of Council, together with the Permanent Secretary, the issue of arrears imesikika loudly. So I had called the officials from the Kudaiha Union. Wako wapi? Makofi hapo. Makofi tena. Makofi. Huyo Alan unamuona ako aje? Asante. Then let us have Kudaiha, Kusu on the wings. Once that has been taken. Asante. Asante. Thank you. Square serious, tafadhali smile, please. Just smile. Yeah. It's a blessing. Thank you very much. Makofi hapo. Then let us have members of the Kusu of Kusu and then Uasu. Yeah. Let us take the photo there. Thank you very much. Haya, tuangalie kwa lens na kusmile. CRS tumepata ile assurance. Asante sana. Makofi hapo. Then let us have the officials from the Uasu. Uasu, please. We are finishing. Uasu, and then second last we'll have the student leaders. Uasu, please. We have the tallest one being the chair of the branch, Dr. Nyanchoga, the SG. Yeah. Haya, picha hapo. Haya. Professor Osanjo hapo, Professor Ato, Fred, you smile ama why are you serious? Yeah. It's a smile. Okay, thank you. Asante sana. May we then have the UNSA officials, the University of Nairobi Students Association officials, please approach. I see Vivian. Wapi hao wengine? Comrade wako hapa umeona wako kwa suit they are neat and yeah, salimie PS hapo asante. Kinasoi hapo, wapi president? Haya. Haya, nyorosha laini hapo please, na tuchukue picha nzuri. Haya. Asante. Wakiwa wamesimama hivyo, governors please come. If you're a governor and you are here. Oh, you are here. Okay, sawa. Asante. Haya, makofi kwa kila mtu ambaye cooperate. Haya. Sasa let us retreat as we are finalizing. Allow me to just request a professor who is here and is not a member of Senate or is a chair of department, tafadhali tusimame hapa. Hii ndio ya mwisho. Chair of department, tafadhali. Maluki na kuona. And other professors, please come. Professor Oleche, tafadhali. It is impossible to graduate a student without the input of a chair of department. Principal Secretary, we have 68 of them, and let us have them come over to be a part of the commitment to deliver on the vision of the University of Nairobi under the leadership of Professor Ayub Gitau. Haya. Wapigie makofi. I see Professor Olago. I see Professor Nancy Mwangi, Naomi Mwangi. Yeah. Sawa, okay. Nimesikia. Yeah. This event takes place very rarely, and so kindly just allow us in the spirit of celebration to handle this. Songea tu pale. Karibia. Karibu. Make sure you are seen, Yeah.
We look for ourselves. Yes. The photo. Thank you. Thank you.
The officials of the University Professors Association, please, the officials, please come over. Thank you. Yeah. Wako hapa. Okay. So may we have the officials of the University Professors Association please stay for the photo as we finish. We are finishing now, and then please take the photo. Tafadhali mjipange hapo Tumalizie hapo. We are fin just one more. It's very rare. Aha. Tafadhali PS anaenda mkicheza ni kuenda anaenda. Chair of Council, please. Okay, so the rest of the photos, yeah, let's finish that. Let's finish that segment. The rest, let's please look at the camera. Please look at the camera. Thank you very much. Thank you. Asante sana makofi. PS, before we dismiss, may I now request Professor Kerubo to give a vote of thanks, and then we take additional instructions.
Thank you very much, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs. Allow me to acknowledge the following: the chief guest, the distinguished guests, all protocols. Welcome to make innovations, and this is one of it. So this is a clap for the chief guest. So
Mweni unanisikia? Mweni, Mweni unasikia saundi yangu? Mweni.
One major one so that she can take home good flowers. Okay, so let's go. Plug your flowers, wekelea kachumbari kidogo, maua kidogo, angusha!
thank you very much. Our heartful appreciation goes to the Professor Chaichacha Nyaigo, and also the former chair of council, Professor Julia Ojiam, provide sound governance and unwavering
commitment throughout the process that has culminated in today's installation. Your stewardship continues to strengthen the university's pursuit of excellence and transformation. We are deeply honored also to have the presence of our former vice chancellors. We have Professor Francis Gishaga, Professor Crispus Kiamba, Professor Peter Mbithi, Professor Stephen Kiama, and also Professor Margaret Jesang. Thank you very much for your visionary leadership, distinguished service, and unwavering commitment that has shaped the remarkable legacy of the University of Nairobi over the decades. So I think also we want to clap for that cohort.
Oh, thank you very much again. I think for our council, this is a group of elders, so we shall appreciate them the elderly way. Tutaangushia makofi mbili ya kilo, right? So when I say moja, you release, all right? So let's go. Moja, mbili.
We also warmly acknowledge the presence of the distinguished members of the Engineering Board of Kenya. Your attendance today is a fitting tribute to one of Kenya's eminent engineering scholar and professional. Your partnership with the university remains invaluable in advancing engineering education, professional standards, and innovation for national development. I also wish to sincerely thank the University Executive Board, the University Senate, for their dedication, professionalism, and collective leadership in supporting the university's mission and ensuring continuity as we usher in the new era of leadership. To our staff, union leaders, that is WASU, KUSU, and KUDEA, thank you for your commitment to constructive engagement and for your continued partnership in fostering industry harmony and the well-being of our staff. Your collaboration remains essential in building a stronger and a more resilient university. To the leadership of the University of Nairobi Students Association, and indeed all our students, thank you for your enthusiasm, cooperation, and wavering belief in the future of this great institution. You remain the reason for our existence, and we look forward to working together to build an even greater University of Nairobi. To all members of staff, academic, administrative, technical, and support staff, thank you for your tireless dedication, professionalism, and commitment to serving this university with distinction. Today's success reflects the collective efforts and shared vision of the entire University of Nairobi community. A very special thanks goes to the family of Engineer Professor Ayub Gitau. Leadership at this level, as you've heard from the other speakers, demands immense sacrifice, and behind every successful leader is a family that provides unwavering love, encouragement, patience, and support. Today, we celebrate not only Professor Gitau, but also your invaluable contribution to his remarkable journey. Allow me also to recognize and sincerely thank all our invited guests, including the chancellors, council members, vice chancellors, deputy vice chancellors of our sister universities, alumni, development partners, collaborating institutions, government agencies, members of the diplomatic corps, friends of the University of Nairobi, and everyone who has traveled near and far to celebrate this significant milestone with us. Your presence has added great honor and privilege to this occasion. Finally, I wish to express our deepest appreciation to the steering committee under the exemplary leadership of the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs, Professor John Edemesi Mande, together with the various subcommittees, including the legal, ICT, protocol, security, media, entertainment, catering, maintenance, chaplaincy, amongst others, and every individual who worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Through your meticulous planning, dedication, and teamwork, today's ceremony has been conducted with excellence, dignity, and distinction. Please accept our heartfelt congratulations for a job well done. We need a clap, one clap for that, very fast.
All right. So I think this now brings us, and when we come to the end, we are going to conclude in, in a manner that befits, I think, this function. It's a big day for the University of Nairobi today, right? To say that we are ushering in our new Vice Chancellor. So this clap is for all the visitors, all the guests, and our new Vice Chancellor. We are going to call it Thunder Clap. Unajua ile ya, thunder ile ya nduru, right? Now, this is how it goes, right? Pole pole, right? Now, before there is thunder, first of all, there is rasha rasha, a little bit of showers, right? Then it intensifies. Then there is the lightning, and then the thunder. Okay, can we go? All right. Chemsha mkono, chemsha mkono, chemsha. Haya, rasha 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 rasha.
So once again, on behalf of the University of Nairobi, I thank each and every one of you for honoring us with your presence and for making this day truly unforgettable. May the Almighty God bless you abundantly. May God bless the new Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Engineer Professor Ayub Gitau, Gitau. May God bless the University of Nairobi, and may God bless the Republic of Kenya. Thank you very much.
Let us clap for Professor Kerubo for exemplary performance there. I have just three announcements. First of all, Professor Gitau, the Vice Chancellor, and the university community has prepared refreshments. So please do not leave the premises of University of Nairobi without accessing the fifth floor of the University Tower. That segment will be handled by Mr. Kennedy Nyariki, so that then we do not have food pending consumption. The second in announcement, I would like to just communicate that there will be a procession after prayer. There will be a procession, and the order of exit will be the reverse, so that the police band will precede the procession, and then the scout, members of Senate. I'm sorry. Yeah, so the police band will start, then the scout, then the mess bearer, the CS, and then the university council, the vice chancellor, other vice chancellors, the former vice chancellors, the DVCs, deans, associate deans, and then second. My last communication is actually the one who is John Demesi Mande. I am a professor of veterinary surgery in the current acting DVC academic affairs. I wish to confirm to Professor Gitau and to the University Council and the management, first to congratulate him and also confirm that we together, myself, together with the deans and the members of Senate, we will support you. We will make sure that your performance contract, as has already been publicly communicated by the Chair of Council, is delivered with excellence. I say that also on behalf of the university community. Thank you very much. May I now invite Father Kaigwa to pray for us where we have made any errors of commission or omission. Please plead with us before God, but also guide us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. May we arise, please, also. Asante.
So the Vice Chancellor says we clap for Professor Mande. He has done a good job. Well done. On behalf of chaplaincy, I, Reverend Mitei, and Swale Muhammad will continue praying for you throughout your tenure. Now, to close this session, therefore, let us pray in thanksgiving to God. Almighty God, we thank you for the gift of this historic day in the journey of life that you have given our dear Vice Chancellor, Professor Ayub Gitau, who is your servant. You ordained that you will make this day to bestow upon him a special role to serving among us, the family of the University of Nairobi, as Vice Chancellor. Just like the priests and prophets and the kings of old, you anointed them to act in your place for the benefit of your people. Today we pray anointing for your servant, Professor Gitau, to act on your behalf in this family. May you bless him. May you shine your face upon him and grant him peace in office. May you inspire him with the gifts of the Holy Spirit, the gift of fortitude, the gift of wisdom, the gift of honest courage, good counsel, and fear of your name as he discharges his service as Vice Chancellor of this great university. And to all of us, Lord, grant us hearts of collaboration with him and his team, that we may seek only those things that will keep us united. If there would be any of us who would open our hearts for the evil one to derail our common mission to serve you, forgive them, Lord, and help them to turn back to you, so that we may walk the journey that you have called us to make this university greater from the great it is already. Bless our students, that looking up upon ones who have been in those classrooms already and have risen like Professor Gitau to even the helm of the university, that they too may dedicate their giftedness to preparing themselves for service in the future. We thank you for the sessions that we have had. May this day remain always in our memories as a day that gave a turning point to our university with your blessings. And now, Lord, all of us ask you to grant Professor Gitau a great experience in leading us. And now together we may say the grace. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. And may God Almighty bless all of you, the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much. May we then position for the procession, the police band, the scout, the mess bearer, the CS, education, members of the University Council. And we'll use the same route as we used when we were coming here. Then the members of the University Council, please. The 9th Vice Chancellor, please. The Vice Chancellors of other universities. The former Vice Chancellors, please let us take our positions. Then your positions rather. And then the Deputy Vice Chancellors present, please let's position ourselves before the commencement of the exit. Deans, please let us line up. Associate Deans, members of the University Senate, and that will be all for now. Asanteni sana for that. Okay.
And yes, that is the ninth Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. That is Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau. And we've just concluded the installation ceremony. And now the University of Nairobi has officially has its own Vice Chancellor. So now here with me on set, I have someone who has worked hand in hand with Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau. That is Professor Ayub Gitau has worked hand in hand with Professor Sifila. And not to just break it out or like ruin the moment for her, I'm gonna give her a chance to introduce herself.
Thank you. My name is Engineer Professor Sifila Mumenya. I am a structural engineer by training, and I am currently the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering at the University of Nairobi.
So, Prof, what are the emotions going through you like right now? What are the emotions you're going through right now? Considering that, yeah, a very close colleague of yours has been installed as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi.
Yes, it's true. There are very many things going through my mind because this is a colleague, somebody I have known in the faculty as first the lecturer. He has been a dean. He has been DVC, and this is somebody in my profession. Even in the professional circles, both of us are very active in consultancies. And for me, what I goes through my mind is that whatever one sets their mind into, it is possible. You work towards it because I know, just like the citations, Professor Ayub Gitau is somebody who has always been very passionate about responsibility, taking on, not fearing. And he is a mentor too, because he encourages all his students, all his colleagues to just keep working, remain focused. And he has set this by example. So for me, I feel very encouraged and very I feel this could be a role model for very, very many of my colleagues. It's also a moment of encouragement to know that once you set your mind and you are consistent and you are forthright and you genuinely want to deliver, then naturally you go from one level to the next.
Mhm. So, as someone who has served in the Faculty of Engineering, how did Professor Ayub Gitau influence the growth and the direction of the faculty during his tenure in different stages in the faculty?
For as far back as I remember, when Professor Ayub Gitau was dean, as the dean, one is responsible for ensuring that you progress students, you progress both at undergraduate and at postgraduate. And he was very categorical to emphasize the need for professionalism. If it was the postgraduate publications, he has always been very passionate about targeting high-end journals and keeping to very high standards. So he has influenced a lot of the streamlining or that is witnessed now at the faculty, especially or for the postgraduate progression, both at the master's and PhD levels.
So also, engineering often demands a lot of skills. You're a structural engineer by profession.
Yes.
So it demands innovation, collaboration, problem solving, among other skills and qualities. So from your perspective, what opportunities lie ahead for the University of Nairobi under Professor Ayub Gitau, who's an engineer, considering he has all these qualifications? What opportunities lie ahead for the university under his leadership?
Thank you. That's a very good question because I see very clearly, and I know from experience that Professor Ayub Gitau is somebody who is very innovative, somebody who thinks outside the box, somebody who works collaboratively, and it is somebody who is very open even to international collaborations and learning from best practices. So, and everybody who has worked with him, either as part of a consultancy or part of a research team, or even his students know such innovation docket and also entrepreneurship. He's very passionate about entrepreneurship. He's also a very he's not conservative, he's very open-minded to new ideas. He will not just dismiss ideas, but he knows that we have a potential of very great ideas, and he's ready to encourage them, link us with collaborators, and create a conducive environment for innovations and startups.
So, Professor Sifila, how long, if I may ask, how long have you served and worked in this university?
I have worked and served for this university for close to 30 years. I came in the mid 90s. Now, you know, we are in the mid 2020s. And I also served in the department as a lecturer, senior lecturer. I have been a chair person of a department and a dean and a researcher at the same time. So for this time, I have just done what the mandate of the university has, that is teaching, research, community work, and consultancy.
So that is close to 3 decades on this
Yes.
premier institution. First of all,
Yes.
congratulations for
Thank you.
being of impact in this institution.
Thank you.
And I believe that you have gotten a chance to witness several vice chancellor installation ceremonies in this in the University of Nairobi.
Yes.
If you're to pinpoint or like create a distinction in each installation from comparing it with what has just happened, what would you say about the installations?
I think this installation is one of the the best in terms of innovations, in terms of the technology. I think we are much higher in technology. And of course, I would be biased because I have been very much involved I was in the committee that prepared it, but I have not been in the other committees. But I think by and large, this has come out as very beautiful. And I think we have kept improving day by day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
During Professor Ayub's inaugural address right here a few minutes ago, he spoke about working hand in hand with the key stakeholders in the university, that is the staff and the students. So how realistic and important are these priorities for the University of Nairobi?
When I became dean, if I can just go a little back, I actually took over from Professor Ayub Gitau. He was the dean. So he's the one who handed over to me. And most of what he was saying is what he advised me. One of the things that has stood out for me is our major stakeholders are students. Sometimes we assume that, it's okay, it's your work. But he told me you must pay a lot of attention to students, because without students, actually, there would be no university. And I think it's very practical because I have tried it and it works. It doesn't mean that you actually do what students are asking, or you ignore whatever they are saying and impose on them. It means incorporating them in major decisions concerning them and working very closely with the leaders. During the inauguration, you heard he talked about the same thing, and also about staff working as a team. You can't work alone, because alone you'll not actually be able to achieve much. But when you look at the staff as a team, then you allow them space, you allow them to do what they're supposed to do, then you also accomplish alongside. So it's very realistic because he has done exactly that. And I think by virtue of the structures of the university, the faculties are at the moment, the way they are structured, we have been given quite a bit of autonomy in terms of decision making. The University of Nairobi has very robust, established structures where you are able to even bring your ideas, especially as the Dean's Committee. It is discussed there. There are the faculty committees. If you go through all those structures, by the time you come to the highest organ, you'll find you have brought along everybody. So already by default, the University of Nairobi systems, if one is able to really look at how they are aligned and align yourself with them, you'll find that things will work well. You'll get the results at the end.
So, Prof, if you were to tell Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau one thing as parting shot for this whole installation, what would you tell, Prof?
The one thing I would tell Professor Ayub Gitau is focus on doing the right thing, because he has been handed over this ceremony. We have seen him being handed over very many instruments of power and symbols. Each one of them is not just, a name to it. It means something. So if he is able to go through them and just stick to the right thing, you'll find that everything else will fall into place, irrespective of the challenges. Just focusing on doing the right thing as guided by statutes. We have although the Constitution of Kenya has a lot of areas for application, and he will not go wrong. And also to bring along the staff. We have already seen it demonstrated, the unions, everybody is a very important stakeholder. So if you do that, guided by, the Constitution and the statutes and all these other instruments, then you cannot go wrong. You'll be able to perform your mandate.
Thank you so much, Professor Sifila, for honoring this invite to our broadcast. And what I'm picking up is dedication, teamwork, and service to the people. And today will undoubtedly be remembered as one of the most defining moments in history of the University of Nairobi. We have witnessed a formal installation of Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau as the Vice Chancellor for this premier institution. So the message shared throughout the day is all wrapped up in one common hope that this new chapter will be marked by academic excellence, innovation, impactful research, sound leadership, and renewed commitment to serving the students, the staff, the alumni, and the nation at large, as echoed by the Principal Secretary for Education, that is Madam Beatrice Inyangala. So on behalf of all of us, we extend our heartfelt congratulations to Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau on his installation as the 9th Vice Chancellor for the University of Nairobi. We wish you all the best. Wish you wisdom, strength, success as he leads Kenya's premier university on to the next level. My name is Whitney Lubido, and now I will transition you to what is happening on ground with our reporter, Anastasia Kiragu.
Thank you so much, Lisha. With me, I have Professor. She's a pioneer in the Faculty of Education, but I will let her introduce herself, tell us who she is, and how is the feeling from the time she came in the morning till now. Now the sun is out. So, hi. Tell us your name and a brief introduction of who you are.
Oh, hello, how are you? My name is Genevieve Wanjala. I am a professor of education, actually a founding member of the Faculty of Education at the University of Nairobi way back in 1988. And we have watched it grow and nurtured it up to this particular stage. So as educators, we are very pleased that at least now, from today, we have an administration that we can count on. For quite a while, we have been having a spate of acting management, and for any institution that's not good, because especially an educational institution, you do need an administration that has been put in place, that knows what the institution is all about, and they can guide both the staff and the students. Remember, an educational institution is not like any other. It's not like a factory producing goods. No, it is an institution that is nurturing people. And if we don't get things right, that's how you get students banning dormitories. That is particularly pressing for us because I'm an educator. We are the ones who train the teachers and the principals who manage those schools where you have had students are banning this and that. Sometimes it may be a failure on the part of the learners, but most times it's a failure on the part of the management of the school. And with today's installation of the Vice Chancellor, we now know that the management of this university will act firmly the way they're supposed to act. There is only so much you can do when you are acting. And when you are acting in an institution where there are young people, that is really very old. You can't discipline because you don't know how to do it. You can't procure, for instance, resources that you need for teaching and learning if you are just acting because you do not have that authority to do so. But as from today, I know that things will be okay. But what I really wanted to say regarding today's function, I was listening very keenly, particularly to the new Vice Chancellor, and I'm glad that he recognizes that the students are an important component of this particular university. You see, I teach a course called institutional planning. And in institutional planning, we believe that the institutional planning begins once you have defined your what you want to do with your learners. So the definition of institution of a student success is the beginning of institutional planning. And I've listened keenly to what has been said by the Vice Chancellor, the way he has defined the learner and what he's going to do with the learner in order to enable the learner to succeed. Already, he has started a very good process of planning for this university for the next 5 years.
And maybe just to ask, now Professor Engineer Ayub Gitau has started his administration. What are the key things that you took from his speech that you want in the later dates to see that, he has stuck to the words that he said and he has now started doing his words?
Okay. For one, we look at the mandate of the university. He touched on learner success. The question of missing marks will be a thing of the past. So as a teacher, that makes me happy because teaching is one of our major functions. But apart from that, he also mentioned something to do with research, and they are going to ensure that they enhance research. Again, as a researcher, that is something that makes me very happy, particularly since I'm a director of one of the research centers in the university. That is the Center for Educational Research and Evaluation. We are the newest kid on the block, and we would like to be supported. And since he has said he's going to support research, that makes me very happy as well. But also he touched on the question of the teaching and learning environment and welfare of staff. My research, now let me talk about my research, particularly is on learning environments. And I know that quality education, from evidence, of course, of the research that I've been doing, quality education can only take place in a quality learning environment. And when he mentioned something to do with infrastructure and taking care of welfare of the learners, I took it to mean he's going to ensure that we have a conducive environment for teaching and learning, especially since that has been a key thorn, particularly in the professors. The professors you saw talking here, not all of them have adequate office space where they can do their work. Not all of them have the things that they need in their laboratories, particularly those who teach the STEM subjects, to teach those subjects adequately. Where I come from, that is the Faculty of Education, we are not adequately supported to prepare our learners before we take them out to the field to go and do teaching practice. So when he mentioned that, I hope he's going to follow up on that. So basically, if he's supporting teaching, we're okay. If he's going to facilitate and create a conducive environment in which we can teach properly, that's okay with me. If he's going to support research, okay, then that is also okay with me. And particularly research, that is something I'm going to hold him on. If nothing happens, as far as research is concerned, probably I will be the first thorn in his flesh. I'll be the first person to go and complain. You said you're going to do this. How come it is not there?
Thank you so much. Asante sana. Continue enjoying your day. Even as you know, the Vice Chancellor has now taken oath and also taken office. Asante sana.
Done, eh?
And well, that now officially marks the end of this installation celebration of the University of Nairobi Vice Chancellor, Engineer Professor Ayub Gitau. And as a statement that he quoted earlier today during his speech, people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people won't forget how you made them feel. And the whole academia is awaiting to see how the professor and Engineer Ayub Gitau will make them feel by the end of his tenure. This has been Anastasia Kirago, UNC TV.